And welcome to the April 17th, 2025 meeting of the LBUSD Board of Education. Open session is called to order at 6:13 maybe p.m. If you're a student who wishes to speak to an item, please write student at the top of your card so you can speak first and do not have to remain for the entire meeting. I'd like to outline the timing process for our speakers. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to deliver their remarks with a total time of 20 minutes per topic. At the 2-minute 30-second mark, the timer will change colors as a gentle reminder that your time is almost up. At the 3-minute mark, your time will officially end and you will hear a bell. If you have not finished speaking, you will be given an additional 30 seconds to wrap up your comments. At the end of this extra 30 seconds, the microphone will automatically be shut off and we will ask that you kindly take your seat. In the event that there are more than 6 cards received for any one item, the time allotted to speak may be adjusted accordingly. Thank you. Would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Kate? Thank you.
Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. There is no report out of closed session. No action was taken. I do want to give a quick report on the superintendent search process. Leadership Associates has checked all of the candidates' references and spoken with many of the references. I was assured there are many terrific, experienced candidates. We will receive the executive summaries of all the candidates tomorrow. So we will have our weekend reading ready for us. This is a very confidential process. Some candidates are current superintendents and their staff does not know that they have applied and we don't want to damage them in any way. Next week, the board will select candidates to interview. Then we will conduct interviews and select a superintendent. Depending on their circumstances, we will announce the decision as soon as possible. Thank you. Okay, are there any speaker cards?
Yes.
How many do we have? All righty.
Hyberg. Michelle Hyberg.
Hyberg.
Is it non-agenda item?
It's not an agenda.
Is it-
I was just advising.
Hello, my name is Michelle Hyberg. I'm mother of the recent graduate Falkowskis. And I was advised to come here to ask for board support for an event that our nonprofit is doing at Rivian on 5/9. It's called A Night to Celebrate All Generations. And it's a community unifier. And we're honoring social impact leaders from ages 3 to 99. And we were asking if the school would support this event. I could hand it out as well.
Sorry, do you have the date? I'm sorry.
It's Friday, May 9th at Rivian Theater. And we are the first digital detox nonprofit in the nation. And we use nature, the arts, and gratitude as paths to inner peace. And we're all about uniting Laguna Beach as a healthy place.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Danielle Roder-Scheimer.
So you already have my name. I don't know if I need to re-credentialize myself every single time I come up here, but for sake of time and other people's time, it's crucial that we make decisions based on facts, evidence, and the well-being of our community, not on lingering conspiracy theories that lack factual support. Chasing 20-year-old ghosts is distracting this board and our administrators from the real work at hand, serving our students who are here now and those who will enroll in the future. At some point, we need to ask ourselves, are we here to solve problems or are we revisiting baseless narratives? We don't need to hear about your words, day of reckoning, or thinly veiled threats anymore. These have no impact on today's students and families. Many of those that you believe are involved are not even here anymore. It's time to let go of these outdated conspiracies and move forward with integrity, clarity, and focusing on what's real. We owe it to our students, our educators, and our community to center our discussions on truth, not fear or conspiracy theories. Please stop dwelling on the past and these mysterious, undefined allegations. Let's focus on the students. Start listening to and working collaboratively with our talented staff and administrators instead of trying to control them. And for the sake of our students, stop involving them in your long-standing grievances and let them focus on being students and allow them to remain children for as long as they can be. Thank you.
No clapping, please. Thanks for remembering to use your hands. Are there any more public comments? Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll start our reports. Student board members?
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I'm gonna start with TOW. The much anticipated talent show is coming up on Tuesday, April 29th in the Artist Theater. And then we're gonna have state testing begins in May for grades 3 through 5. All the second graders will be whale watching and the kindergarteners are visiting the fire station in the upcoming weeks. And then for El Moro, all the students attended the PBIS Refresher Assembly, highlighting expectations for the Sea Lions, which is show respect, everyone belongs, and act responsibly. El Moro is also looking forward to highlighting some of the students' work at the upcoming celebration of the Arts Night on April 22nd. And then the El Moro students will also be participating in the upcoming talent show. And then Carter has the rest of it.
Thanks, Kate. Yeah, so for Thurston, PALS recently attended a training on anti-bullying strategies led by the Orange County Office of Education. So that was great to see that going on. And then ASB partnered with Eco Club to lead a successful Zero Waste Week that happened. So that's going on at our middle school campus. At the high school, we had a really great Coachella event that showcased students' artistic abilities in terms of music. It was really great. It was well attended. Model UN hosted its largest conference ever at the high school with over 600 students from the greater California area attending. We were really proud of that. And then MUN also went to DC in late March. We want to thank School Power and Sarah for her team there for supporting that. We had the opportunity to go to Mount Vernon, see the Constitution, some really amazing things for MUN students to experience, visit the House of Representatives and the Senate floor and things like that. My last part of my report is a little bit more general in terms of what I've noticed and things I feel incumbent to remark on. Over the past week, I've had a lot of thoughtful conversations with trusted mentors and advisor about the current state of our school board, what my role in is it, and how I can best contribute to make sure the students feel represented. I want to share my reflections with care and intention, not intending to disdain anyone, but rather to move forward in a constructive manner. First, I feel incumbent to mention Clerks Hill's comment on the ASB post. It was unequivocally inappropriate and made ASB leadership feel uncomfortable and even censored. According to our board bylaws, concerns regarding the ASB post should have been directed to Acting Superintendent Dixon. I've spoken with Clerk Hills over the phone about this to understand his point of view. I have also been advised that moving forward, board members should only contact Kate or I through district protocols on email. While I don't claim any expertise in governance, I do trust those who are advising and mentoring me through this process. Second, I've been approached by students who've shared that individual board members have engaged in them in ways they found uncomfortable and persistent. I suggest that direct interaction between board members and students be limited to just Kate and I, the student board members. I understand that some may disagree about this, and I welcome dialogue on this point. Lastly, I've been made aware that confidential items that should only be discussed in closed session are now circulating in our community. Some information has made its way to our student body, prompting other students to ask me about teacher salary and other confidential items. This is deeply concerning. The only people who should be aware of these are the 5 elected school board members and district confidential employees. As we all know, confidentiality is critical to protecting the rights of students and staff, both under law and best practice. My intention here is not to create division. It's to advocate for constructive collaboration, ensure that students feel safe, supported, and accurately represented. This is my role. My responsibility is to the students first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go first this time. And Carter, thank you for that. And I know that couldn't have been easy for a young man to speak, so we appreciate you speaking from the heart. I know that there's been some rumors and different things circulating about surveys and stuff that our unions do. We do use surveys quite often to gauge what our members want, what they are feeling, and how they want us to move forward. Both unions use these probably 3 or 4 times a year, as well as we meet with our members at the different sites 3 or 4 times a year. As president, I want to make sure that I understand what our members are thinking, what they want, and how they're feeling. I think that is super important in my position to know. Everything we do in our cabinet is discussed, and as a group, the decision to move forward on things. It is not a single person, it is our union that decides to do things. So, that being said, we've historically enjoyed a very good and trusting relationship with the board, and we do want that. That is our goal. That is our vision. As we talk to you at different times, we've always said we've had an open door for you guys to talk to us at any point. But I'm going to give you some of our survey and what the results are. And the hope on this is for all of us to look back and hopefully start to come to some common ground. Over the last 4 months, it's been difficult, to say the least. So one of the very first things on our survey was, how effectively do you feel the board supports students, parents, and staff? 87% of the people that responded to our survey from LaBufa said they do not feel supported. 12% said they were unsure. 1% said they felt supported. Also, before I go on to the next 3, this was our largest response back to a survey we've ever had that we're aware of as far back as we know. So this is not a small percentage of LaBufa. Number 2, how would you rate the current direction of the district under the current school board's leadership? 97 responded in the direction it is negative, 97%. 3, do you support the school board having increasing authority over curriculum decisions? 95 answered no, they should not have more authority. Although being part of the curriculum council has been something that's done in the past that can definitely, we are okay with and think that it's more than appropriate for you guys to attend the curriculum council. 4, do you support a vote of no confidence in the school board? 89.3 voted in support of the vote of no confidence. 9% were unsure, 1.4% did not support it. These results are significant level of concern from our members and a clear call for change. And we urge for you guys to think about that, consider it, meet with us if you want. But we wanted to lay it out there that this is the feeling among the staff from LaBufa. Then also, I just wanted to add, as I know that you guys are considering to be more of the spokespeople and taking over some of the media of giving out information. That raises great concerns with the letters to the editors that have been going out, which Mr. Hill sent out, which he had told us he wasn't going to do anymore. And of course, the ASB post, I personally think that was outrageous and inappropriate to do to our students. So I want to support our students in that we as staff, we as an adult, shouldn't be engaging on an Instagram post of students. I think there's a much better way of doing it. If we think it is inappropriate, there are many, many ways we can do that with students without putting that on blast like that. I just thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
So, as president of CSEA and our chapter, one of my primary responsibilities is to keep a clear and consistent pulse on the experiences and perspectives of our classified staff. We do this through multiple avenues with regular email, newsletters, meetings, and surveys. Most recently, we conducted a survey of our members to better understand how they were feeling in their roles and in their relationships with the new board majority. We received the largest response we've ever had to a survey. This level of engagement speaks volumes about how invested and concerned our classified employees are. Our members are highly educated and deeply committed to the well-being of our students and schools. They have been closely watching board meetings since the beginning of this new board's term, and many have expressed concerns over the tone, the lack of collaboration, and what they perceive as a growing negativity towards staff. This is why we conducted this particular survey, to provide a clear and honest snapshot of how our staff is feeling and open to the door for reflection, dialogue, and hopefully ultimately improvement. Our hope is that these results will be taken seriously and used as a constructive tool to rebuild and strengthen trust. Historically, as Scott said, we have valued a strong collaborative partnership with the district and the board, one that has been grounded in mutual respect and open communication. Unfortunately, that spirit of collaboration does not reflect how many of our members are currently feeling, particularly in relation to the actions and tone of the current majority on the board. A healthy, respectful relationship between all stakeholders, including classified staff, is essential to the success of our district. Classified employees play an integral part and role each and every day in supporting students and staff and helping to meet the goals outlined in our learner profile and our LCAP. We want to be part of a team that values and uplifts every contributor to student success. On our poll, I'm giving you 5 results because I'm backing up what Carter is hearing from the students as well, because it was brought to us as a concern from staff. But do you feel the newly elected school board members have been effectively supporting student, parents, and staff? 90.6% responded no, they do not feel supported. 6.3% said unsure, 3.1% responded yes. How would you rate the current direction of the district of the new school board? 79.7% very negative. 15.6% somewhat negative, 3.1% neutral. Do you support the school board having increased authority over curriculum decisions? 95.3% said no. 4.7% were unsure. Do you support a no confidence in the current school board? 89.1% said yes. 6.3% said unsure. 4.8% said no. Do you think school board members should communicate directly with students outside of school that are not the appointed student board representatives? 93.8% said no. 6% said unsure. These questions were based on concerns that we had been hearing, that we have been getting emails on and questions about. That's how the questions were put together. We feel it's important that you understand how the majority of LaBufa and CSEA, the classified and certificated staff, is feeling. We're the ones that are working every day with the students. We're the ones getting the feedback. We're the ones hearing it. We're the ones being affected. So we really hope going forward, we can create a more positive tone and a more supportive tone. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. That's valuable. What percentage of your union responded?
Over 2/3.
Beg your pardon?
Over 2/3.
2/3. And you too, Scott?
We were well over 80%.
Okay, thanks a lot. Next, does our school resource officer have a report? Good. Hi.
Got my Thurston hat on, if you didn't notice, got to represent. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, I don't have very much to report at all. Just excited to come back from our break. Excited to see that everyone's back to school and full of energy. And the only thing I want to share is that we do have an update to our e-bike program we have. There are some new laws regarding e-bikes coming out May 8th. So we're going to be putting together a new program, and we're also hopefully going to be including a bit of a cone course to teach kids safe maneuvers. We have certified instructors coming from the department to do that as well. But that's all I really have at the moment to report. Other than that, we're just happy to be here, happy to support our kids, and happy to have a fantastic and strong partnership with the district. If you have any questions, I'll go ahead and answer those now.
We're happy to have you here. Thank you.
Happy to be here.
When did you say the new e-bike report, May what?
Say that one more time,
You
sorry.
said you were going to offer a new e-bike
Correct.
report with new
We're-
legislation?
There's new legislation that's being pushed out in May 8th. It's nothing that the department came up with. It's more so of the new laws for the state. And then there's also some city ordinances that kind of come together and click together to make sure that it's more safe for our students on the road. And it's changing certain classifications. I don't know everything off the top of my head, unfortunately, because I wasn't part of the group that developed everything. However, we do have some certified instructors from the department who are going to be coming forward and partnering up with us to be able to update our courses.
Thanks. The e-bike safety issues in the new legislation, probably the place we have to start, and I'm sure the schools are on top of this, is getting the information out to the parents. Because I
Absolutely.
think there's some new speed limit maximums and things like that. So we probably need to make sure that parents know about that even before, kids can take classes, but we don't want our kids to get ticketed, right?
Of course, and the goal is safety overall, always. The safety is first and foremost. All right. Thank you for having me.
Executive Cabinet members? Mr. Conlon? Oh, I missed the superintendent. So sorry, Jeff.
It's okay. So we had quite a few positive events since our last board meeting. The School Power Gala, it was incredible as usual. And I want to thank Sarah Duran and the entire School Power team for the immense amount of work that goes into that gala, and especially our families that are able to participate, whether it was with the virtual bid, I forget what they called it, but you didn't have to attend the event the silent auction. Thank you. Bidding in the head. And the amount of money that they raised, it's always incredible to see all the families that support our schools. So thank you, School Power. On Sunday after the gala, we had our WASC kickoff meeting for the high school. I want to thank President Perry for joining us on that. I know the visiting WASC committee had questions for the high school team and us and President Perry, and there's a large variety of them. So it was a good way to spend a Sunday, and thanks again for coming. The visit from the WASC committee ended on March 26th, where the committee provided a brief overview from their initial observations, and they did that in the Artists Theater. Their reflections were all very positive. And in fact, I heard the word jealous quite a bit when they were reflecting on some of their visits. So it made us, I know the high school team, proud. And I would like to just especially thank our WASC chairs, Carrie Denton and Cassie Brooker, for all the work they put into preparing for that visit, and the entire high school team. Just an incredible job all around. Hearing that initial feedback, I know we're going to get back a positive report, and I look forward to that. We had our third JFMC meeting, Joint Fiscal Management Committee, at the end of March. Unfortunately, Member Morgan was very ill, but she was able to attend via Zoom. So I appreciate you stepping up and joining us, even though it was just virtually. And as you all know, we had spring break last week, and I just hope that everyone, even if you weren't able to get away, got some rest and relaxation. This is a tough time of year as it gets busier and busier, so we're hoping all of our families and staff are able to get away and enjoy it. And then, as we know, we got off to a bit of a shaky start this week after spring break with the earthquake on Monday. I'm thankful, mostly I'm thankful no one was hurt and there was no damage to our facilities, and our school sites did a great job implementing the earthquake protocol. So I want to thank them as well, and hopefully we don't experience another one for a long time. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I add a comment? I happened to be driving by the high school. I did not feel the earthquake, I was outside wrangling a dog, I think. And I happened to drive by because I was on my way downtown and saw the students evacuating to the field. And I was so impressed with how orderly and organized and just cohesive the whole process was. As people were coming down the stairs, I saw them heading to the field and was asking what was going on, and earthquake drill or earthquake evacuation, because it wasn't even a drill. And I was just so impressed. So I just wanted to make sure I shared that with you, that I watched that whole process, and it was incredible.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we had a few of us from the district office to walk over and support the high school with that. They didn't need our help. They have it dialed in. So we were real proud of them. So thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to say, we do drills and stuff, and drills are planned. We know what's going on. And as teachers, you get through it. But you always, in the back of my head is, what happens when this is real? And I just want to comment how amazing the staff was, administration and kids all the way across. I mean, it was just it looked like a drill. It really did. They just did a fantastic job all the way down. So I just want to Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to, it was crazy that it was that good.
Thank you. That gives us a lot of confidence. Okay, now, Mr. Con.
Thank you, President Perry. So I'll keep my comments brief since we have a busy agenda this evening. I hope everyone had a restful spring break, and now we're in the home stretch with 8 weeks left until the end of the school year. The management negotiations team is looking forward to continuing our collaborative relationship with the CSA and LaBufa with 2 sessions coming up later this month. And then the HR team is working hard through the recruitment interview process for our openings for the 25-26 school year. And also, this is the Williams Settlement Legislation third quarter report of uniform complaints. We haven't received any complaints in the area of textbooks and instructional materials, teacher vacancies or misassignments, and facility conditions, again, for the third quarter. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Dr. Mayberry?
Thank you. Good evening. I just want to echo what Mr. Dixon talked about with the WASC visiting committee and just the high school team and all the work that goes into that. It's a very comprehensive review and process that takes over a year long to prepare for and reflect and evaluate where they're at and what their areas of strengths and areas of growth are. And the team there did just a wonderful job, very thoughtful and detailed approach to that. I also wanted to just remind everybody, we're about 7 to 8 weeks to the end of the year, which means there's going to be a lot of assessments coming up for students. Teachers are really focused on preparing kids for those state assessments, as well as the AP exams that come up in early May. So it's a really important time in the classroom to have kids there and getting their last little bits of information before they take these really important assessments. Next week, we also have a couple important events. It is Earth Day and Earth Week, which we'll talk a little bit more later tonight, but we're excited about that, and we have maybe a little special announcement to make related to that, but I'll save that for later. And then lastly, just want to invite everybody here and in the community to our Celebration of the Arts event. We've been doing this for the last several years since the pandemic started. It's our visual and performing arts staff from all levels, elementary, middle, high school, all areas. It's a really wonderful event. It'll be at the high school on Tuesday, April 22nd, next Tuesday, from 6 to 8 p.m. And it really does a wonderful job of showing just the talents of our students and all of the creativity that they have put together, and they are able to show to the public and to their parents. So it's just a wonderful event. If anybody can make it, we would love to have you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Perry, I do want to make one other announcement. We are having a memorial, the statue at El Moro is being a dedication for Mr. Duddy is happening at 4 o'clock on April 23rd at El Moro. So we look forward to, I'm sorry? 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock on April 23rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon. Okay. Now, governance item A, request for transportation to CTE after-school classes offered at surrounding high school campuses. This is because there are many classes that our students can attend for free that we can't offer at our high school. And students are not able to get there transportation-wise. Freshmen and sophomore students don't drive yet, and some have parents that work and can't take them. These experiences can be actually life-changing for students. We have at Aliso Niguel, which is close by, we have the let me think what we have. We have the automotive class, and which we would never be able to have here. We just don't have room for that. And we also have the business entrepreneurship classes. Now, to get there after school, we could maybe perhaps just have one-way transportation, and then parents could pick up the students when they come home from work. And some of our students actually live out there. Right now, we have 7 students that have, well, I don't know if you all know how this works. Each school gets 5 students that are able to take a class. So there would be, in automotive, there might be 5 Laguna students, 5 Dana Hill students, 5 San Clemente students, 5 Tesoro students, whatever. And those are whoever signs up first. Then if the class is not filled, then they take other students. There actually is an automotive class at San Clemente also, so it isn't quite as difficult. And we have 7 students right now that want to take auto shop next year. And 4 of them would probably be very much helped by a bus. For the entrepreneurship class, there are 4. So there are a total of 7 freshmen and sophomores that would really benefit from a bus. Now, like at Dana Hills, which is also very close, it could be the same thing, maybe transportation there and parents pick up coming back. Right now, we have 7 students who want to take their fashion class there, and they're all, I think they're all maybe sophomores. And that might be a place to start. Now, we have a number of students that want to take the aeronautical class out at Tesoro, which is a long way. And they also have the e-sport, the game lab out there, and it's really a cool facilities that kids would really enjoy. And I think we have 4 students maybe that have graduated from the aeronautical, and one of our students has already become a helicopter pilot due to that. And according to Mrs. Gregory, this really helps a lot of students with their college applications, and she has a lot of things to show about that, how that has helped. There's also, we're trying to get more of a medical training here. As many of you know, Dana Hill students have 4 years, starting freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, of medical training, and then they go out to Kaiser and are trained. We're trying to get something here in Laguna Beach at our local hospital that would be helpful to students. 4 of our students did do Mission Hospital this year, and that worked out well and was helpful. So I just would like us to consider having some transportation for kids. I did speak today to, I'm looking for the name, one of the teachers in the special ed class, in the SPED class, and some of those students would really benefit from being able to take some of these CTE classes. So anyway, that's ready for discussion.
Could I get some financial information or a report on what the cost would be for each of these? Yeah, but I think that Jeff should perhaps talk us through some of this information.
With 25 students, it comes to $20,000 per student.
So it could, and I'm happy to present this information. First, I want to share on our slide, we know that CCA classes occur 4 days a week. So it wouldn't need transportation for all 180 school days. You'd only need transportation for about 144 days. That being said, there are 5 high schools outside of Laguna Beach that participate in the CCA program. But based on the schedule and this year's schedule, you would need about 4 total buses to provide transportation to each of the schools. And that's because of where they fall on each day. So you don't need 5 because you can combine Elisa Nagel and Dana Hills, because that same bus could be used for that, but you'd still get your bus transportation for Monday through Thursday. So we did look into some different options besides our unit cost bid with Durham. We looked into, and I won't name the exact companies, but the Uber, where it's just the driver in the car. Unfortunately, based on county legal and our own legal opinion, that would not be advisable. The county primarily because they cannot meet our insurance requirements. So we wouldn't want to put our kids on a transport that doesn't have the proper insurance that's required by us from the county. However, that said, when you look at if there were enough students to need a full-size bus, the daily rate of that is about $708. If we can use a smaller bus, or what our transportation team calls them as vans, the daily rate's about $564. So the unit cost bid provides a minimum that our drivers that each bus would cost us. And so you're paying for 7 hours regardless. So if we're doing a one-way trip, we're still having to pay that. That's because they have their own bargaining unit that they have contracts with in their team. So no matter what, you're paying that minimum daily rate. If current drivers are assigned, so if we're able to use existing drivers and just extend their route or engage in overtime, essentially, it just increases their hourly rate from that $45.82 to $68.74. So what that means in terms of cost, if you look at the 144 days, currently this year would require 4 buses. Your worst case scenario is 5 buses on the right there. You have a range for this year that would have been $325,000 up to $407,000. And if we needed all 5 buses, so if the way that CCA programs their classes next year, if we needed all 5 buses, it would be about $406,000 to $510,000.
Thank you. Are there the vans that the district has, do those work like that too? So when students go to a sporting event in our vans, is the price the same?
We own those vans and the coaches are driving them, so the coaches are getting their stipend, so there's no additional cost.
We couldn't do something like that for these students?
Jeff, we currently don't have any, and we don't employ drivers. So we would have to create a position of a bus driver or a van driver to implement that, because we currently don't have staff that are able to do that.
It seems like that might be a less expensive way to go. Another suggestion that was brought up is, I know we can't use Uber or Lyft because of liability, but it was brought up to me that perhaps the district could give parents a stipend and parents could order that for their students.
I'm sorry, could I just piggyback a question onto that? It sounds like you've talked to some students, but do you have any data about whether or not, the question isn't how many students are taking the classes and may think it would be nice to have a van. The question is how many students would actually use the van and whether or not any students have been prevented from taking a course because they don't have a ride. My understanding is that students who are trying to get a ride to one of these sites can go to the office and they help to arrange transportation for students. So maybe you could tell me a little bit more about that the district knows, and maybe Carter and Kate also have some perspective.
So really quick, just on the front office support on transportation, we do occasionally, almost every year, get unique requests for transportation services. And we do everything we can, working with our front office and our transportation provider to make sure we get kids to where they need to go. Now, that's primarily been our home-to-school transportation, where a child's having a hard time getting to school on time or getting to school at all. But we absolutely do customize it. And that is one of the provisions in our board-approved transportation plan, is to try and meet all of those needs. So yes, that's absolutely the advice I would give. Even outside of CCA, general transportation, if you have any issues, please work with your school's front office.
And that,
I am not aware of any, but Dr. Mayberry may.
well, I was just going to add to the last question. And one of the things that students are currently doing is when they sign up for a class, the College and Career Center get those families together and get the students together and talk about ride sharing for those who may or may not have a ride. So that may be the piece around like them reaching out to saying, hey, I want to be in this class, but I don't have a way to get there. What are the options? So I just want to include that as another option that's on there for students that the site or the high school currently does do.
Yeah, I just want to comment on that. President Perry sent Kate and I an email asking us to, look into this item since it's coming up on the agenda, and especially see if English language learning students, especially, and Kate and I both did our due diligence with that. But one thing I will say before I kind of answer that is there's carpooling is a really is a necessary, it's a need in our community. For example, a lot of sports teams don't have busing to every single event that we have. So for long tournaments and things like that, it's one of those things where you work together with the other families, you carpool to kind of figure out how you can get there. But in response to reaching out and talking to students, it seemed like maybe 5 to 6 students, from my estimation, and Kate's welcome to hop on too and tell what she has to say, would use the transportation and are not taking classes currently because they don't have transportation. It's about 5 to 6 students is what I heard when I had talked to students, talking to them in the College and Career Center, as well as just getting a pulse on the students as well.
Yeah, I agree with Carter's point, which he said about, I think it was 5 to 6 students. I also know quite a few kids who take the class at Dana Hills, and I know they all carpool together. So I think, like you were saying, if there's like ways to organize carpools to these sort of classes, I think that's very like viable and like real option that a lot of students use.
I know, in speaking with Mrs. Gregory, she said she does have like a lunch or a breakfast with all of the students to see if they can figure out carpools, which is great, but that there absolutely are some students that it doesn't work out. And she's called parents to see if they would add a child to their carpool, and it hasn't worked out. And another teacher I talked with today said she knew of a couple. So, and I've had a couple talk to me. So you're probably right. Maybe it's 5 or 6 that don't have transportation and can't do that. But it also, there might be more students that sign up if they knew they had transportation. The most enthusiasm is really with our freshmen. So another idea might be to just start out with Mondays and Wednesdays at Aliso Viejo, just those kids, and see how that worked. 7.
And the cost of that for 2 days going to Aliso Viejo would be what?
I have a
Or
couple
looking
questions.
at hiring a bus driver for one of our buses or vans.
Can I ask a couple questions? Is there an age restriction on CTE? Because one of the comments in the public comments is that CTE classes were designed for 16 and over with the assumption that students drive. And while I don't necessarily agree with that, because I don't think all students drive at 16 and I don't think all students have a car, I think that's kind of an assumptive statement. But is there an age restriction on CTE classes, or can freshmen take the
No,
class?
that was old. That was previous. Now there is not. In fact, we have quite a few, well, we have students from Thurston that are signed up to take our medical terminology class.
Where is the medical terminology class offered?
That one's online.
Is there, do we have any influence over, because isn't this a partnership with us and Capo?
Yes.
Is there any possibility of adjusting, of working with them to adjust start times so that maybe not everything starts at 4 o'clock, so that we could have, rather than have 4 buses, we could, or 4 vans, we could have 1 or 2 that go to multiple stops if one starts at 4 and one starts at 4:30?
Every school to renegotiate for our van. That seems like a lot of coordination.
I think anything that's worth it is needs coordination and needs effort. So I'm asking if we have any possibility of adjusting start times 30 minutes so that we can help serve our students to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 schools. So if we could get 2 of them to adjust, if we can get those 2, 2 days, Monday, Wednesday, and then Tuesday, Thursday to start 4 and 4:30, that might limit how many vans that we would need, because a van could hold like 12, right? And that would give us possibly the ability to get all of the students that need a ride to the 2 drop-off spots and then have parents pick them up. Is that a possibility?
Sure, anything's possible.
So to the cost question, for the 2 days a week, it would be about $41,000 for the year. And that's assuming that this van, the smaller bus,
Did you say 41?
41.
Thank you.
Right.
The policy issue for me is, if we do this for these 5 students, why aren't we doing this for the athletes that are going far ways to support our schools? If we do it for one, I think we should do it for all.
I agree, if providing accommodations for all of our students. That's a great point that I'm going to tap into later. Thank you. I would be supportive of seeing if we can adjust the time to see if we can minimize the number of vans and approach the CTE that way. I think if athletics has another issue, then we can do that.
Public comment, and then you can move to discussion and vote.
Public comment.
Kata Brown.
Thanks so much. I appreciate what you're trying to do. I think it's kind and thoughtful, but to Dr. Kelly's point, athletes, my kids, I was driving all over Orange County and Riverside County and San Bernardino County, and it was lucky I could do that. I think what also we forget is the CTE has now changed in such a huge way. It's pathways. So somebody might want to take an automotive class, maybe part of it, but that's, we're talking year, 2, sometimes 3-year commitment. I love high school kids. Sometimes they change their minds. Sometimes they might decide, ooh, this isn't for me. So we create this whole program for these 5 or 6 kids who are probably freshmen and sophomores, which is great. But then we're stuck with it and they've moved on and we don't have that luxury. I just want you to think about that when you're talking about $700,000.
Thank you. Clerk Hills, any other comments?
Not for 7A.
Okay. Then discussion?
I can start. I mean, we've discussed this. This is, I think, the 3rd time maybe that I've discussed it. I think this is really important in the sense that I support these programs. I know this is something you've always been supportive of, these programs in general and the transportation in general. And I value that. I think these courses are very important. I don't support doing this because I think the cost is greater than the need. And I also suspect that students, once they start going, if they can find an alternative to a bus, they're going to make a decision to ride in someone's car. So I think we'll end up spending a lot of money for a very few students, and it's not going to end up panning out to be money well spent. And it creates inequities with students who are going all over the county for other reasons, having to do with sports and whatever else. So even though I love the idea, I don't feel like it's a good use of money or planning.
Just as a point of conversation, I was communicating with Denise Selby, and she did share that the way the process works with sports is if anyone, if the players are able to all get transportation, that's when they don't order a bus. But if there's at least one player that is not able to get there, they automatically order a bus. And just also knowing that there's the buses we had, the 2 of them, they're used pretty substantially. So potentially, if you're talking with using them, more than likely have to purchase more vans would be, part of the process.
This is the sports vans that are sitting in the parking lot with all the waves on them?
That's correct, yeah.
So you're saying that for a sporting activity, we make sure all of the students get there? And
That's what Denise reported.
so
Yes.
this wouldn't really be inequitable. And many of the students that take these classes are not in sports. It's their sport, it's their path, and many of them do not have parents that can drive them or extra cars.
I will comment that, what Mr. Collins said is correct, but, like we get, there's usually buses for league games. Like that's kind of a non-negotiable. There's usually buses for league games, at least in my experience with water polo. But then like if we have a game that's, like let's say in Long Beach, we kind of we all figure out how to get there. It's one of those things like, the coach organizes that and you figure out how to get there. But I do feel really strongly with Dr. Kelly that if we say that we're going to provide vans or busing, whatever mode of transportation for this, then that has to be just a blanket opportunity for every athlete, for every sports game.
So one of the articles that was in the CSBA daily update was the fact that CTE and dual enrollment participation is increasing and is expected to increase as we go forward. And I think to Mrs. Brown's point, I too have driven all over Orange County, but I also know that with multiple kids, when my kids got to high school, I did not focus as much on their driving needs. I focused on the youngers. And I think also to Keta's point, if the interest is higher, if there's a lot of interest in freshmen and sophomores, and yes, they do move on or lose interest or start to drive, we have the good news is we have a continual flow of incoming freshmen and sophomores that would see the benefits of dual enrollment, because I think our team does such a great job of promoting it. And as there's a predicted increase in participation because of the opportunities, the offerings, how it saves money for college, how it puts kids on a different trajectory that might be more technical oriented rather than university driven. I think to the point of one student in a bus for an athletic event, I think that to not provide the service for our students, we are creating an inequity in how we serve our students. I do think there's a money issue to consider. I think it would be, I would like to see if there's a way to adjust a start time of 30 minutes so that we can maximize our assets with a van or some transportation solution, but is also mindful of the carpooling, of the environment, of cars on the road and everything else. So I think it's not just a cost issue. I think it's also to try and make sure that we're sensitive to the impact of more cars on the road, in general. And if we had transportation, it's possible that kids wouldn't drive. They might actually take the transportation and leave their car behind and know that they can come back to their car because it's available. So those would be my request to see if we can move this forward by looking at maybe some start times issues, but I think from an equitability standpoint, we need to provide it. Thank you.
So if I could just add, look, and I think it's certainly, okay to ask, the CCA if this is something they could adjust the times, right? And I don't know what their response would be, but the information I have that I think is important related to that is out of all the kids that take the CCA classes, those after school ones, we're about, depending on the year, anywhere from 7 to 10% of those. And they have all their high schools, right? They don't provide transportation to those high schools, right? So we would be the only high school that they would be adjusting for. So that is something that they may respond to. Just if you ask them, I don't want you to be surprised if that's an important factor that they're thinking about.
To that point, is it possible if we have these two different start times that we could collaborate transportation? Like we leave here, we drop some students off at Aliso, and then those kids at Aliso could get into the car and go to the next district that particular line is going. And likewise, is there some, yes, it requires more coordination, but the first group would leave here, for example, to Aliso and drop off whatever programs are there. If there's kids at Aliso that have a 4:30 start, for example, at another school that our bus is going to, or any bus, and maybe it's a CTE thing. They are essentially their own district. But at the end of the day, one of the things to keep in mind too, that we're comparing our district and our district funding with what I believe is a state-funded district, correct? So I think that there's a precedence that we could establish that when we talk about being there for every child every day, allowing them the transportation to get to these programs would be in line with our goals, our vision, our mission, and everything else that we say we provide for our students.
I think that the cost is really high. I would like to be able to do this for our students because I think it's really, really important for some of them. It totally changes their lives. But I think we should explore perhaps another way, a less expensive way. I don't want to totally give up and tell those kids no. Yeah.
Since I am a CTE teacher and my daughter also took the automotive class at Capo, and like a lot of young people, after the first semester dropped and then went into drama as her things changed. A lot of CTE teachers are not credentialed teachers like a traditionally in a high school, and this happens often in the evening classes that they don't go till 8:30. My daughter often was done by 7 and would be calling me, "Can you come pick me up?" So that just can create another thing when we have busing with teachers letting kids go early. Then do we have students running around on a campus unsupervised? It's just that would be one of my concerns. Teachers are not supposed to let them out early, but it's a little bit different when you're a CTE teacher at night than we would never let a kid out of class early at our school, but
That's a
Would
good point.
one-way transportation have helped though? Did they take the transportation to get there? And then, because I think the pickup is definitely a different situation that could possibly be let go of in lieu of making sure we can get the students there and then the parents need to pick them up. Is that a
That is a
possibility?
possibility, but as Jeff said, that if we're getting the bus, it's a 7-hour cost regardless of the bus is picking us up or dropping us off. So that doesn't actually cut our cost. And then she ended up getting her license and I didn't have to drive to San Clemente anymore. So that was
It's
nice.
like a
But
promotion.
They pointed out to me that more students are not getting their license at 16 either, that they're waiting. And that some of our sped kids don't get their licenses for a long time.
So can we move to have it further explored on how we can provide the transportation at a lower cost? Like trying to look at, can we do a staggered drop-off or staggered start or collaborate with other districts to maybe provide half or
Is there
some kind of a pickup drop-off system?
could we explore some kind of a Uber system through the parent?
What I'm hearing, and we'll just keep it a lot more broad than that, is to further explore this and look for less expensive options. And we can look at even the start times and see if it's negotiable with them.
Mr. Hills?
I think that's moving in a good direction. I think at a time when we've been hearing a lot about, for example, some of the projects that we're going to do on campus here, one of the purposes is that students who are athletes, in some cases, don't have to go elsewhere. They can have games here, they can have practices here, and we're putting a lot of money into addressing those things. I think that we really should be able to develop the capability to meet a need. And I think what we're struggling with is what cost and what scale when we're not really, that's not really addressing what the actual need is. I think we need to hone in and come up with better ideas, some new ideas about how to respond to the needs and the demand. In other words, instead of supply side, let's do demand driven. And I think we can get there. But I think that in terms of social equity, the classes, I mean, I have the honor of serving with you on the board and working on some of these vocational things. I think we should develop the capability to meet these needs and provide some transportation. And so I support the idea of a further exploration of how to accomplish that.
I appreciate that. So shall we make a motion to see if we can further explore a less costly way to get our students to these programs?
Can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a question, President Perry? I think my other concern with this is if we do this, and not that I'm disagreeing, I think you make some really great points. Are we going to do the same thing for dual enrollment classes? Because there's a handful of students who take dual enrollment classes, and granted, a lot of these are online, but if a student would wish to take one in person, if they had to take a science class in person, for example, or something like that, are we going to support that as well? Because I think it's a really important question. Because I've taken in-person classes at IVC, humanities with Dr. Felder, things like that, where I drove there myself. So I don't know if that's something else that would be, if we do this, then we also, I feel like, have to look at that as well.
Direct the staff to.
Exactly. It's discussion only, but I feel like we know what direction to go in.
Let's move on then. Discussion and potential action on board-directed curriculum committee for oversight, student participation, and board members so staff and parents can join.
So we're just jumping right into discussion, correct? On the curriculum committee?
Yes.
So I know this is a.
Questions?
Mhm. Yeah, there will be public comments. Um,
We've got some
Yeah,
public
but do we have any questions about it?
yes.
We're doing questions first.
So I found a lot of the comments interesting. So is there the schedule that came forward in the agenda that says that appointment of board representatives to outside organizations and committees, where it says none, starting back at 2020, do we have data for 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, and then this year, 24, 25? And whether or not we had, because the outside organizations and committees, assuming that's the whole, all of them, or is that specific to curriculum committee?
We did on our list, we did not have anybody listed after 2020. And the ones that are older, like we were able to pull some of them, but it does not appear that there was a board member, like, representative, when you just, at that meeting in December,
The
where you're determining
organization meeting?
who's going where, and there's an official rep. Like, that has not been one of the ones that was on there. The ones that was that type of document. It was like a board, here's our board representatives on these committees, PTA, school power. Those are the ones I saw in 2003, 2008, and I found in 2013.
Is the committee in its current format a advisory committee, or just do they vote and approve and pass forward curriculum to the board?
The current process is, before we even get there, right? So there's student interest, student feedback, staff. They look at that as a department level. Then if they decide to say, hey, look, this is a course we think this is good, the department's moving forward, how does it fit within all the courses we offer? It then goes to school leadership. School leadership then says, okay, how does this fit into the big picture? Master schedules, like all the other different things that are interest and time and available staff. And then it goes to instructional services, which facilitates the curriculum council. So that isn't just an advisory. We get feedback, so that has a variety of people in it. Since I've been here, there's certainly the courses are proposed. Here's what we're thinking about. Here's what we're interested in. We invite parents from any of the elected groups, so PTA, school site council, DLAC, parent mentors from special education. So a variety of parents might show up. On the instructional services side, it's really important for us as we're looking to have a process for these courses before they ever go beyond that, because we're looking at like if there's a science course at the high school, like what's the impact at the middle school, right? So we'll have a middle school teacher there as well as an elementary teacher there. We'll have middle school counselor there. So they're thinking through like, what does this mean for our kids? We'll have the principals there. Might have a coordinator of environmental literacy there to see what's the impact there and how does this relate to there. So we bring a variety of interdisciplinary staff. The librarians are typically, our district librarians typically there. So we bring those variety to like, oh, have you thought about this? And this might impact these are the materials you might need, or how's this going to impact the class in 5th grade or 6th grade, right? So that's an internal process. And then the final step is bringing it forward to a board meeting where the public gives input. We share it here. Here's the courses that they're interested. Obviously, depending on the course, there may be multiple presentations, like we did previously with multicultural studies. But the public would give input. Here's our thoughts. This is a good fit. It's not a good fit. If we need to, we would bring it back. We take that feedback and adjust it. Or typically, because the courses are fairly straightforward, like they were later tonight, the AP courses, we would vote on them right there and decide like, okay, these are standard courses. It's for approval. So that's kind of the step of like where you go from department to school to instructional services, where it's more of the coherence and vertical planning piece, to then public input and all the different board input and anybody else who wasn't a part of it along the way gives input, and then finally for approval by the board.
I think what we were really looking for was students and student input, because we really want students to have input. And another thing that I noticed here that's different than other school districts is the novels that they read, or if it's something new, it's always brought to the curriculum committee and then to the board. And we don't seem to be having novels brought to the curriculum Am I missing something?
I mean, I don't know if this is related to the board created committee, but a novel is typically a supplemental material. So we do it internal for supplemental materials. Ed code is that's reviewed internally by staff. You know, if there's adding, we're gonna do this novel, or we're gonna do a book club or something to that extent. That's typically supplemental materials. If we were to do, you know, something, a workbook from a vendor that wants us to do some additional online work, or a platform that they can pull something from, it's used regularly as supplemental materials. They do it, and we do an internal review, and then the teachers are able to use their expertise and fit that in where it works.
And Sherry, can I answer your question? In 21, 22, 23, the curriculum committee was not a board represented committee either. And then in 2020, we had COVID, so we didn't have the committees.
Right, now I know it's not a board-appointed committee. I'm just wondering if we had board in attendance at any of those. We did not for this. So we haven't had board in attendance for curriculum since 2016?
It was actually prior to that. I think they changed over in 2013 or 2014.
So if the curriculum committee is not providing a final approval, well, one of the things that came out of the, I think it was a conversation with Leadership Associates or legal, I can't remember, I think it was legal, that we should not be, that it's not good practice to be enrolling students in classes that have not been board approved at this, that had not been board approved. I think that came out when we had one of the legal representatives here. So I do note that there's, and we've talked about the ability to change the scheduling a little bit of the curriculum development to where we bring the committee forward. I think there was, is it possible, where was that idea? There was a good idea in here I like too. Is it possible to offer curriculum committees perhaps quarterly? So one of the suggestions from Mandy, quarterly curriculum council presentations with feedback opportunities, scheduled input sessions for board guidance on educational priorities, and as always, final board approval of all curriculum. Is it possible that this is a process that we need to just adjust? But by having board and student involvement, it creates the ability to notice, that it creates the ability for us to have public viewing of it, but not necessarily input like a board meeting, right? It can be, if the curriculum committee is meeting on Tuesday the 1st, then we would publish it, and the community that would be interested could come and observe, but we're not, a committee that's pre-established as a board committee is not necessarily, are they inviting commentary in that setting where people could come in and make comment on what they'd like to see in curriculum? Or is this question, hang on, for Mr. Mayberry, or can we have a committee that, if it's a board committee, then we need to allow public comment at the start of the meeting, correct?
Yeah, the request around a board-directed committee would be, I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but that's one that would be in a public setting where you have, typically it's where you have Brown Act process. You get input and feedback. In regards to quarterly, where I've seen that is typically larger districts. Like we're not, you know, this year there's 3 courses, right? So, and they're all college board courses, they're aligned. There's really no wiggle room in what, you know, we offer what College Board says, or we don't offer them, right? And so there's not really any kind of like way to change those courses if we are going to offer them, or we wouldn't receive accreditation from College Board. So those are 3 courses that are being offered. Like they would come forward at some point. We typically have 2 times during the year when that we've set up from past experience. One at the middle of the year and one in the spring, where we're like, okay, if something new comes up, we can get all these people together. We plan for it. We rarely use the spring one. Once in a while, there's a need for the spring, but it's pretty rare. And so I'm not sure if there's a need to have one quarterly. There's some years where we may have one course, right? No.
Right. I just wanted you to clarify that. It is true that you only need the curriculum committee to meet if you're bringing forth new courses, because everything else has been approved. So it is
Correct.
just a process of the committee getting together to discuss the curriculum for a particular course that might be offered. This year we have 3, but they're AP courses, so they're defined in very particular ways.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
But would we not use the curriculum committee to develop new curriculum as well? Like, for example, if we're bringing in a whole new environmental element, and we want to use some of these new assets that we're building, developing, or establishing, we're going to want to develop curriculum that aligns with that, which you've identified. If it's new curriculum, it's a 2-year process, and that would be something that is not just when it's needed, it's something that needs a process to develop and a timeline, correct?
Well, for actual curriculum development, like you're in there, you're looking at lessons and activities, like that's something where schools and universities and colleges, that's done by the expert teachers and any other specialists. Like they'll look in there, and if they need support, like they might go to a college and say, hey, like what's this look like at the college level? Seems like a similar class. So as far as like getting input on that, that's something that would happen during the process along the way. I don't think any schools would have, people from the general public develop lessons for students.
Do we have industry experts that come in? Because I know when there was the math curriculum being discussed and science curriculum several years ago, there were quite a few members of the community that came in that are experts in their fields and were concerned with some of the classes that we were offering from an industry perspective, not an educator perspective, because I think the educator perspective is different. So is that something that we've brought in when we have these curriculum committees? It's like an expert in robotics or science or mathematics, or not just our staff, who I totally respect. That's not my point. It's coming at it from the other side.
Yeah, well, I think you make a very good point. Like that, the industry, the need, it's something we talk about all the time in career education, right? Like what's the need, what could this lead to, and what's the relevancy of why this is important for kids? That's typically, at the moment, we're calling us having that in the curriculum council process, but I do know that teachers have reached out to them along in their development process, right? So like one of the classes tonight is AP Environmental Science. Like they've reached out to multiple local communities like, okay, this is a unit that is set up in here through College Board. This would be a great one where we can go work with one of the local organizations around marine life. So they are reaching out as they're kind of developing what these hands-on lessons might look like, where they reach out to those experts. Sometimes at the college level, sometimes it's something right in the local community. As they're developing that course, they definitely want to get that insight for sure.
I know one way it's handled in another district is, so say it's an AP environmental class. Each board member recommends somebody from the community to be on that committee. Yeah,
But is that a question or are you discussing?
I'm saying, is that done in other districts also?
Not quite clear on what you're
Well,
asking.
that members of the committee are appointed by the board.
So our curriculum council is run through instructional services. So the ones that we are asking typically is our internal staff to go on there. And then obviously we have representatives from all the parents at the different schools to get their input as well. And then we're looking at it internally. Obviously, when it comes to the board for more public view, and teachers are getting that kind of input along the way. But that's a great opportunity if we were to have a class that was maybe more unique and more flexible in what we could offer, right? Like, we have marine ecology right now that already exists, but like if that was a brand new course, like there's a little more flexibility in what we could offer. That would be a good one to say, okay, what are the options here? Because there's not like a set of clear standards that we all have to follow all the time. So that's typically when we would want to bring more people in along the way at some point, whether that's the teacher themselves bringing that in, as well as a board meeting presentation to present and say, okay, here's something else to think about. That would be a good fit for one like that.
I really like the changes that were made as far as having the meetings earlier so things can be finalized before students make their schedule, and having students on the team. I think we're just trying to work together to figure out what's best for students.
Yeah, and staff is moving, based off of the conversation that we had at the special board meeting, staff is moving forward with moving that back a month or two, as well as making sure there's board representation at those ones next year. We don't have any more planned this year. And then we're happy to invite the student board, a couple students as well.
Okay. Public comments?
Yeah, Aaron Berriman.
Hi, I'm Erin Berryman, and My overall comment is about this agenda item, but it could really be about several. And it's really just a concern about board overreach. Based on the actions we've seen over the past few months, I feel like Scott and Face's survey results indicate the staff's feeling on this, and Carter's expression of concern of board members making students uncomfortable and the other things that he said. Those are types of overreach, board overreach. We absolutely do not want students feeling uncomfortable. If you're not going to listen to the survey results or parents, at the very least, you need to listen to the student board reps. They're the best part of this meeting. And I really am concerned about overreach with curriculum changes. I don't have a problem with a committee where various voices are heard, and it's a very transparent process, putting that committee together. But I really want the board to know that the experts are the teachers and they're the educators, and we so appreciate the amazing LBUSD staff. And the board's job is to support students and staff. And I cannot say it again, they're the experts in the field. It's fine if there's board members on this potential curriculum committee, but if there are any major changes, anything in that realm, please, I implore you to listen to the incredible LBUSD staff. I cannot state it enough at any more meetings how much we appreciate this amazing staff. I'm concerned that the actions could turn away potential people wanting to work here and then provoke some current staff from finding employment elsewhere. I certainly hope that doesn't happen. I want Laguna Beach to be a competitive place to work. So I'm asking you to let the educators, the experts, they're the ones in the trenches in the classes. They've got their credential, their master's, their doctorate degrees. They've put in the time. They're the ones that know that we're talking about, what they're talking about. They're the experts. They know what's happening at the college level. Let's please appreciate, respect, and articulate our faith in the staff on in a better way. I'm concerned that there could be potential board overreach in terms of controlling the curriculum and changing it in ways that will impact my family and many families and their kids' futures. And, you know, at least member Malczewski, if she's on the board, she has a 7th grader. And so her decision, she's going to be thinking about her kid. She's a professor, and I know how she feels about academic rigor. I'm fine with board members being on this, but please just be listeners and listen to the staff. Again, we love the LBUSD staff from soup to nuts. They're amazing, and I want everyone to hear that, and I want that to be said at every meeting going forward because it doesn't feel like that sometimes as a parent. Thank you.
I agree, overreach. Instructional services is the absolute appropriate place to start this. Dr. Marbury knows the players. He knows who to bring in. He knows how to make it go. Expertise, coherence, vertical planning, not strong suits over here. I think you need to stay in your lane and understand the professionals know what they're doing. Thank you.
Eva Pauling.
Hi, this discussion alone is a great example of why this should not be a board-directed committee here. Dee, why are you asking about novels?
Because other districts go over novels in the
And do you think
curriculum
that's
committee.
something that our district actually wants?
That's what, we have done that in the past.
95% of your teachers and staff do not want more involvement from the school board in curriculum. I just want to make sure that you guys actually heard that number. 95%. They do not want you involved. Over the last 25 years, the school board here has never not approved what has been brought forward by the curriculum committee and instructional services. What are you solving for? This district has never been in a better position academically. They do a fantastic job. Stop getting your hands in things that nobody wants you to be a part of. You were not elected to get deep into curriculum. None of you said anything about curriculum and getting involved in it while you were running. Nobody elected you for that. Stay where you are supposed to, please. Thank you.
Nikki Romano.
Hi, I'm way out of my comfort zone, so forgive me. I've been an employee for 15 years here at Laguna Beach Unified. I started as a special education IA, and I'm currently happy in the TOW library. I have participated in Curriculum Council, so I wanted to offer my perspective regarding curriculum review and decision-making around instructional materials and new course offerings. As educators and district staff, we are the professionals who work daily with our students and have deep knowledge of the California Education Code and state standards, as well as our students' social and developmental needs. When textbook publishers give their presentation, it is important to remember that essentially these are sales pitches. Evaluating these materials effectively requires a clear understanding of where students are when they enter the grade level or subject area, and what skills and content they need to succeed at the next level. Input from other stakeholders, especially teachers who have piloted programs or implemented materials in the classroom, is critical in assessing both the educational value and real-world feasibility of any new curriculum or program. In addition, teachers often bring forward proposals for new classes that fill observed gaps or respond to emerging student interests and needs. Having representatives from each site, including admin and parents and students, allows deep conversations about the proposals for all stakeholders to weigh in and ask questions where needed. The entire process is often long and arduous, even for those of us who are deeply familiar with it. It requires time and energy of our educators who would prefer to be in their classrooms with their students rather than extended meetings. Still, we commit to this work because we care to get it right for our students, for our schools, and for the community. We should not let the process become unnecessarily prolonged or add too many competing priorities. Keeping it streamlined is essential for success. With respect, I offer caution regarding increased board involvement in curriculum selection. While I understand the curiosity and desire for transparency, such controlling involvement may overstep the expertise of those currently working directly with students and the materials. It might be more beneficial and appropriate for members of the board to observe the Curriculum Council process firsthand, essentially be a fly on the wall, to better understand the level of detail, deliberation, and professionalism involved. This kind of participation could offer valuable insight without compromising the openness and transparency of this group. I hope this perspective provides clarity as you consider the best way to support our district's curriculum and course adoption process.
Thanks for allowing me to speak.
And this is our last one, right? We're going to be over our time. Okay, so can you limit yourself to 2 minutes, please?
You have to limit it, let everybody go 2 minutes. I don't think you can just cut off the last people.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with it. I probably won't need it because what I have to say is really simple, but no, you don't get to limit my time when I get up here.
we do have the right to do that. We do
Not
have the
when I'm in
right
the
to
middle of
limit it to
speaking
20
and everybody
minutes.
else has gotten
And we
3
do have the
minutes. I
right.
beg to differ.
There is a legal obligation for us to extend past 20 minutes, so just so you know.
Exactly. Thank you. Wow, Nikki, this is your comfort zone. I'm way out of my comfort zone. what we have going on here is board overreach, not just here, but in a lot of areas. And just excuse the colloquialism, but I think it needs to be said. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm incredulous at some of the things that I'm hearing just in this meeting, just in every meeting that I've been to. And there's no need for it. It's a waste of time. I think y'all got kids that you want to go home to, just like us. I'm going to say that I loved hearing about the polls. And I think that the polls speak for themselves, and that includes in this area. Leave it to the professionals. Participate in the committees as you wish. Let them invite you into the committees. I believe it's an open invitation to board members, but don't try to take it over and invite them to your meeting. Let them do their work. Let them keep doing what they've been doing for years. And if there's new novels, yeah, maybe they need to be approved, but I don't see what's wrong with some of the old novels, and I don't think they need to be reapproved. That's just me. I believe in a classical education, and I think that the teachers and the staff that are dedicated to curriculum development should keep doing what they're doing. And you guys should stick to some sort of governance. Thank you.
Well, Evelyn?
Hello, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I'm really passionate about this topic. I work for an organization that has the sole goal of getting kids to college. These are kids from communities that are much less fortunate than ours, and 100% go to college. I've been there for 18 years, so I know a little bit about this topic. Our board at this organization focuses on strategy and leadership. They are an exemplary board from an organization called Board Source, and they do not get into the weeds. Our board trusts our educators. Reviewing novels, to me, is something that's shocking. It's something that should be left to experts in education. I think we should trust our educators, and I really felt passionately that I drove up here to say that in person. Thank you for listening.
Jason?
Hi, my name is Sabine Liesen. First of all, thank you to the teachers and the staff for continuous improvement of our curriculum and all the hard work that goes into it. We really appreciate it. We are delighted to see AP Physics 2 and AP Pre-Calc offered as important components for those wanting to pursue science and engineering in college. Almost all schools in Orange County, large and small, offer Physics 2 and have additional more advanced physics offering. So we feel strongly that Laguna Beach High School should be no different. High-level math is more than just calculus and should include things like linear algebra that is not presently well covered by the existing curriculum. The addition of AP Pre-Calc would address this, and in combination with AP Physics 2 rounds out the STEM curriculum at Laguna Beach High School nicely. Please approve those important additions. Thank you very much.
Are there any more?
No more.
Clerk House, thank you. Okay.
So again, I really appreciated some of the comments that came in through the public comments that were submitted online. I think that there is a couple things that were said just now, like stay where you're supposed to by Ms. Pauling. And I think what's interesting is that the board's job is oversight. It is to allow a space for public discourse and conversation. One of the comments was, it's generally refreshing to finally hear a real community conversation about curriculum. These are years-long issues that have been brushed aside or gatekept for far too long. Thank you to the board members who made space for public discourse. It's encouraging to see transparency and curiosity replace silence and dismissal. Our students, parents, and teachers deserve to be a part of the process, not left in the dark. There's nothing wrong with open dialogue. This is how trust is rebuilt. And so I think while I don't have any intention of getting fingers involved in curriculum, I think being a part of the process, given the fact that we haven't had anybody at the curriculum committee since 2016, should demonstrate that we aren't following the process that some are arguing that should not get too involved in. We haven't even been invited to the table, from what I'm understanding here. Other than, here's what we're doing, approve it, and it's done. That's rubber stamping, and that is not what I was elected for. That's not what any of the board was elected for. And if there's rubber stamping happening, then we probably need to question that, not the board members that are actually asking the questions. So, I think that I agree that it is about trust, and I think that it's about leadership and allowing our staff to create the curriculum in the process that it is. But I also think that having a curriculum committee that has students on it, that has board members on it, that has an open ability for our educators who are the experts in education. That does not mean that they're necessarily, with all due respect, the experts in biophysics in the workplace or building bridges or the actual hands-on careers that our wonderful curriculum is driving our students towards. And so by having a committee that allows for a more transparent process, I think is really what the goal of this agenda item is. It's not for the board to get involved in dictating curriculum or to get involved in saying what we should or shouldn't read. I think it's, we have state ed codes that drive a lot of this. And as a board, our job is to have oversight over the process and to make sure that we're complying with some of those things. And right now we have curriculum that we haven't seen that's been enrolled and approved, that's being treated as though it's been approved. We have the 7 years that we haven't had board members on the curriculum. So that is why this item came forward. It's not because there was some need to get involved in the development of the curriculum. It's so that we can bring this process back into the governance, into alignment with governance, which is what many of you have said we need to do. So that's why it came forward. I think some of the suggestions here are great of having the process start earlier. I do agree with the comments about cautioning that the board involvement is, they're not getting involved in curriculum selection. They're there to hear and listen, but also to, if needed, add a perspective that maybe it's not being considered. We don't know what these boards have been, or what these committees have been comprised of because they haven't been public. So I think I know that's why it came forward as a board committee suggestion, not to dissolve what's been happening, but to improve it and make it better and more transparent. And I appreciate the comment that Lauren Bowick made, who's sitting in the audience, about supporting a more transparent process for determining committees and committee members. I think that, and not supportive of board members making decisions about curriculum. I agree with that. I'm not here to make a decision about curriculum. I'm here to have oversight. So having a board committee is directed committee, I think would work. We could then have the same process of how it's been done with staff, if that's what's agreed on. But then we could also invite experts from the industries to the conversation so that it's a more transparent conversation, as well as not just who said what and then bringing that forward. And it is a trust issue. And so I think until we can get a superintendent and trust and that reestablished, then having oversight is not a bad idea.
So I have a little different perspective, and I want to add a few things to this. First of all, the problem of trust in this moment is nobody in the parent group or the teachers group trusts us. So let's keep that in mind before we try to change a curriculum committee. From my perspective, I'm not new to the board. There's been perhaps transparency issues with the community that are worth addressing, but there's never been a lack of transparency with the board. We have a process for approving the curriculum. It includes student and parent input. During the process of setting up new courses and talking about them, the board is regularly informed. When we did ethnic studies last year, I got regular board reports about the fact that ethnic studies was under consideration. I never felt that my input into into that process was unwelcome. I know that if I went to the superintendent or to Dr. Alleman or to any teacher and had a thought about it, they would have listened. So I have received regular updates, and we end with a board meeting where everybody has an opportunity to hear the presentation of a new course. Students are allowed to provide input, parents are allowed to provide input, and we can ask whatever questions we want to ask. And it's not a hard thing to do because for the most part, that's not the first time we're hearing about it. So as a board member, I don't feel that there's a lack of transparency. Well, it seems, both teachers and board members have mentioned that it might solve the problem to have a board member sit on the curriculum committee. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I don't actually advocate it. And the reason is because we often in larger districts set up committees and board members go to different committees. But I have done course planning, and it's a collaborative process that involves partially content knowledge and partially creativity and partially awareness about, sort of some of the broader structures of articulating the curriculum in school district from K to 12. And it's sometimes hard to have those discussions. It's very intimidating to have a board member in the room. I don't think it's necessary because we have an opportunity to hear about the course, to vote on it, to give feedback, and even say, these are the problems we have with the course. Can you come back to us with that? So I think there are districts that have standing committee or, board representation on the curriculum committee. I don't see that it's necessary. I also feel that it gives one board member a lot of additional knowledge that other board members don't have at the time that the course comes up to be approved in a regular vote. Beyond that, I strongly disagree with the possibility of setting up a board-appointed standing committee. The schools would have to have their own committees anyway. So all you're doing is adding another layer. When science teachers get together to address questions about the integrated science curriculum, they do it as the Department of Science teachers or the science department at the high school. They're all meeting separately. I feel like part of this conversation comes from a perspective that whenever those conversations are happening, we need to have a board member in there. And those conversations are happening anyway. So you can set up your own board-directed committee, but they're still going to have their own committees at the school, and then they're going to bring them to the board committee. So you are just adding work. And districts that have those standing committees that are board appointed are much larger districts. Beyond that, under Board Policy 6000, it's just not our job. Our job is oversight. That means when it comes to the board, we have the opportunity to say yes or no. Board Policy 6000 puts responsibility for developing the curriculum based on the standards that the board provides because we are working up here. We are not down here in the weeds. It is not our job to do the day-to-day operations. It's not our job to have input into the curriculum until the point at which the teachers have had an opportunity to discuss the curriculum, develop it, get student input, try things out in the classroom, and then bring it to us because they are the experts. And I know a lot about history. I teach it. I don't pretend to know so much about history that I could come into the Laguna Beach High School or the middle school and tell our teachers how to develop the history curriculum. They know about California standards. They know what our students need. They know what the curriculum is articulated from kindergarten up to 12th grade. That is not my business. They are hired to do that. Dr. Mayberry is hired to provide oversight. The superintendent is hired by us to assure that the standards that we set under Board Policy 6000 are being implemented through all of those other areas under it because we have hired experts to do that. So I vote no on a standing committee. You can have a board member attend the curriculum committee. I don't think it's necessary. And as a fellow board member, I don't like someone else going. I think we should all have the same information. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Matesky. She was eloquent, wasn't she? I just have 2 points. In my 40 years of being in education, from middle schools to high school to college to graduate schools, and my roles from teacher, dean, provost, president, curriculum is the purview of the faculty, and period. You trust your faculty, you hire faculty, you evaluate faculty, you fire faculty, but the faculty develops the curriculum. It's none of our business. Our business is to go through the process, and we have an excellent multi-level process here that Dr. Mayberry was kind enough to explain to us that has worked, is working, and I don't think there's any need for us to get into any more of the grass on this. Thank you.
I do believe that we received legal guidance stating that we should not be enrolling students in curriculum that had not been approved. So I'm just going to leave it with that and make a motion.
It's fine. You want to provide more transparency around issues like that? I'm not debating that there's never been a problem and we shouldn't discuss this. That's not the issue. I'm debating the overreach in establishing a board standing committee and inserting ourselves into curriculum decisions. That's different.
I don't think a committee, as we've stated, is not necessarily looking to have a voice in the development of the committee, of the curriculum. It's to provide the oversight that you've stated. We have many committees that we come back and report on what has been going on or what the action is, and it would be no different. So I would like to make a motion to approve a board-directed curriculum committee and have 2 members of the board be on the committee, along with however the staff has been formulating it thus far, and include students as well. So the motion is approving the board curriculum, the curriculum committee as a board committee to include 2 board members and 2 students as well.
Do I have a second?
I think I was going to be discussing with the agenda item.
Yeah, we need a second, because there's a motion on the floor to approve it, so you need to either second it or make a new motion to be discussed. We have no second, then it fails.
What's that?
If we don't have a second, then it will fail. That's fine.
Okay, I'll second it so we can have discussion.
Go ahead with your discussion.
Yeah, I just want to comment. I'm going to be making comments on some other agenda items here tonight, responding to some of the things that have been said. But I think what I'm hearing and what I think is pervasive here is that we've gotten in some bad habits here in this school district. And there's a tendency to view education and governance, or to view education to include both governance and education. I actually agree with the comments of people who said, we've got to let the educators educate. We do have to let the educators educate, but educators, just as board members are not elected to be educators, educators are not elected to the board. And they both have a role to play, not in competition with one another or to the exclusion of one another, but in partnership. And you know, the funny thing about it is, listening to all this conversation, is that in my relationship with these assistant superintendents and with the acting superintendent, we're having good discussions. I believe we're having good discussions on a lot of these issues. And what it comes down to is this: you hear people in the community and you read in the newspaper, oh, the board's trying to strip the educators of their authority or something. And we've had some discussions amongst ourselves where we talk about the fact that the board has a role to play in essence, backing up the educators when the educators are doing their job professionally and succeeding. And what happens is a lot of the issues that get discussed, you know, you say, well, we don't want the board to be involved in this. We want this to happen without accountability or oversight of the board, or we want to limit oversight to basically finding out about something. Excuse me, I'm making a comment. And then where the board ends up getting involved is, for example, sometimes in a lawsuit. the board gets involved when there's a problem. And so then the board's involved. I think what needs to be discussed here is the board has a role to play at the outset in partnership with the educators. And there's nothing normal about a situation where you're viewing that there's an education process that doesn't need governance. The governance process needs the educators, and the educators need the governance process, and they go together. For example, I'm going to be talking about this a little bit later. If you get somebody, the LaBouffe representative talked about communications. If you get somebody who's a site administrator or an educator or doing their educator job, and suddenly they're making communications on, for example, legal issues, and they're not clearing it with the board council or with the district council, that leads to problems. But to the contrary, or conversely, if there's a process where the board, through its process, has affirmed positions that are being taken by the educators, then if there's a problem, the board can back up the educators. And right now, we don't have that. And I'll say this. What Member Malczewski described was a situation where she described herself as a board member, she said, going and talking to faculty, going to talking to site administrators, informally as a board member, having an influence on curriculum. I think if you have a curriculum committee, it's not about taking power away from the educators. It's not about having a curriculum committee dictate curriculum. Nobody on the board that I know of wants to be in a position of telling educators what curriculum should be. But the idea that you have a curriculum committee creates a context for accountability. If you have a standing committee, and it's the same with bylaw revision, it's the same with a number of things that go into the governance process. If you have a standing committee and those people that do the work in the department, whether they're in the math department or the science department, and they do their curriculum work and they get it done and they come to the board for approval, if there's a standing committee that also reviews that, that can be part of an accountability and getting things on the record so that the board can in fact back up the educators. I think this district has fallen into a bad habit of seeing that there's some kind of tension between governance and education. In fact, governance and education have to be a partnership. And I think we've lost that partnership. And I think there's nothing normal about what's going on right now. And I think when we get a new superintendent, we can start working towards getting back to the state education code model of a board and the educators that work together. The way I've always said it is education is too important to be left up to the school board members, and governance is too important to be left just to the educators. They both have to work together and accomplish the common mission. And so I think that having a standing committee on curriculum, whether we do it tonight or not, is something that should be, along with a standing committee on bylaws and a couple of other subjects, something that we approach in the context of bringing a new superintendent on board.
I totally agree with you, Howard, that there needs to be accountability and oversight. And we have that in the process of bringing things to the board. You have standing committees in districts that are large, and there's more information than the board as a whole can do altogether.
And yet you
This
want
is a
to-
small
Put it on the
district.
agenda.
And
you as
for
a
the
board- you
record,
as a
I
board
have
member-
never gone and individually met with teachers or principals.
Well,
What
you
I
said you
said
did.
was, if I had a question and I talked to the superintendent, I know that I would be able to ask questions of teachers or the principal. But
So-
I have never done that, nor, unlike other school board members, have I ever gone in and tried to initiate conversations with students.
Let's
Because
move the
it's not
agenda,
supposed
please.
to be done. We have a process of accountability. We approve these things at the board level, and we let the teachers do their jobs.
Point of order,
Can we
please.
move?
Just point of order. The member stated that she is a board member, as a board member, goes and talks individually, and now she's changing her story.
No, I did not. I
Okay, we
said
have a
I
motion on the
could if
floor.
I have a question know that I could talk to a teacher or principal through the superintendent.
You want to have an informal process, but not a formal process. Okay, I get it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Let's move the agenda.
Move the agenda, please.
I think that the district moved a long way by addressing the concerns I had, which were that we were approving classes after students had signed up for them. That worried me, and not having students on the committee. You've made changes to do that, and I don't think any of the board members want to have a say in the curriculum. It wasn't that. It was that students were signing up for classes that weren't approved. We wanted that, and we wanted students to have a voice. My other concern, and we're not doing this, but it could leave a teacher out there, is not approving some of the curriculum, which we used to do. For example, last month, an English teacher in another district wanted to read the novel James. There was a lot of controversy about that. And the board had a discussion. They agreed to have her do that because that's what she wanted. But by the board approving that, then a parent couldn't come and sue her for exposing their child to something they didn't want exposed. And I know as a board member, I don't know all of the novels that people read, but I get questions and concerns, and it just helps if I know what they are and what's going on.
I feel the need to interject here.
The agenda and second it. So you need to either vote on that motion and move the agenda, or make that motion fail and continue discussion.
Okay, I feel incumbent to say that if I think it's really, really dangerous precedent to set that we are going to start reviewing the novels that are taught to students. I think that crosses a line for me as I think not only for students, but just me personally, if we're going to start looking at every single novel that a teacher chooses to teach, I think we have to trust the discretion of our teachers. And I think that if we start doing that, then we open Pandora's box. I don't think we want to do that.
Can I piggyback on that really quick? We can probably delay the novel discussion as a supplementary instructional material that would require a change in board policy. So that'd be at a board policy workshop. We can have a deeper discussion on that matter. Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a motion to move the agenda.
We need to vote on the agenda, on the motion of the curriculum committee first.
Okay.
No? I moved the agenda, so we can't vote.
Mike, please, somebody shut off the mic.
Your mic.
You motion to move the agenda, which you need to do now, and then you can vote on your first motion. So you need to vote on the motion to move the agenda.
All in favor of moving the agenda?
Aye.
Now we vote on the committee.
Information. Can I make a motion to table this till we have a new superintendent? That's a.
I'd second that.
Yeah,
You
would I
can.
have to, would we vote on this one first, or?
No, you'd have to motion to table it first.
Okay, I move that we table this until the new superintendent is in place.
I second that. In favor of tabling this until we have a new superintendent? Opposed? Okay, now, discussion and potential action on public records requests, protocol for requests received by the LBUSD staff. This item is presented to the board for discussion and potential action.
7C.
See? So
It's not yet.
Are there any speakers? We have to have just questions first.
Hey, so the last, is it correct? So what has been our protocol for historically prior to September 1st of 2024? Public records requests and how we handle them?
So for context for the board, this item that is before you right now is about our current list of Public Records Act requests that we post on our website. That has not always been done. It's something that we started back in 2018 or 19. That is not a requirement. The requirement for the Public Records Act request is you must get back to the actual requester, whether it's an individual or a group. The log was something we did as a courteous to show that what requests were having come in. It also was in response to a large influx of volume of requests, and a lot of them ended up being the same requests. So we were hoping that it would allow individuals to be able to access that request rather than submit a Public Records Act request.
How is it determined which ones are published and which ones are not?
There's no determination in that. They all eventually get published. It's just a matter of time that it takes to respond could vary. An initial response is due within 10 days, but that depending on what type of the request is, the actual materials that are required to be produced could take longer than that. So you just have to let the requester know that that request is in process, but it's going to be completed by X amount of time.
So prior to so from 2018 up until September 1st approximately, we've posted everything online and all the information is available. So if somebody is seeking information from the district, they can look there first, correct?
We still do for the Public Records Act requests, yes.
So nothing has been posted since February 2nd. It's April 17th.
Not every request that comes in is an actual Public Records Act request. Just
I
as
personally have a few in my pocket that were requested publicly and are not posted on the website.
okay, I could follow up with you
Involving
after.
a FERPA thing.
Okay, I'll follow up with you after the meeting, but all of them that have been fulfilled should be put on the website.
This is not. So what is so currently the protocol is for the communications department to post the public records requests as they come in, correct? And if there's a legal implication, then we send that to legal to review?
Correct. If there's things that need to be redacted or things that we need legal to look at as far as making sure we're fully responsive with the request, yes.
Thank you.
And are all of the public requests, you need to answer someone within 10 days. And if it's going to take longer, then you say will be a delay. When I've looked at them, they may have all been answered within 10 days, but it isn't listed. I mean, it's 15, 20 days before there's any response when you look at our published part. But perhaps it just wasn't published. I mean, are we getting everything in 10 days? Getting back to somebody?
We have to get back to somebody within 10 days. If you want to email me specific examples and I can get a little more detail, that would be very helpful.
I do think on the website, we do have public records requests that have a letter attached saying that we need to do more, we need to dig further into this item, and we will need more time, and we will advise you. We do have those on the website, correct?
I'm not 100% positive, so that's something I could look into for you, but I believe that should be the case.
They are.
Jeff, can you get back to us with how much time it takes of our staff to answer these public comments? And how many of the public comments are directed from board members? And the amount of time that the board members are causing the staff to respond to these requests?
I can certainly try. I will. Well, it'll be, might be difficult to quantify, but I'm sure I can get a good idea and include that for weekly.
Yeah, it might be a good idea also to find out if board members have to submit a public records request in order to get documents that are within the scope of their duties as board members.
So this is we're getting into this, oh, is that the question, or are we getting into discussion? We should have public comment and then we can get into
Yeah.
discussion.
Okay. Public comment?
That is your 7C on this 7C or 7C, the superintendent contract? Because
No, this is on this.
this one.
Yeah. Are you ready for public comment? Yeah. What's that?
Yeah.
Okay, Keta.
Shouldn't change anything. The insinuation that staff is cherry picking PRRs to post is offensive.
Yeah.
Well, we don't really need a motion.
Right? Well, either way, it could be either way. It's not an action item.
It is an action item. Yeah, action discussion. No, action discussion.
Yeah, and just to clarify, so the action would be to maintain the log or to get rid of it?
Maintain the law, meaning.
The log. Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so just so we can discuss.
I'll make a motion to continue doing the log.
Second.
Table this until we get the information from the acting superintendent about how much time does this take our staff and how much is it devoted from board members. Second.
I'll
there was
second
a-
that.
Okay.
I would say there's no reason to wait because you either comply with the act and do it or you don't. And it'd be nice to get the information that,
Let's we need to take a vote on the motion to table it before we can, and then we can discuss.
Is there a second on tabling it? Okay, let's take a vote. How many would like to table it? How many who would not like to table it?
Aye.
No.
The issue I have is that if there's a staffing issue with
We
keeping the
don't have
log
a
up.
motion. That motion died. We have to make a new motion, correct?
Yeah, but you have a motion to keep the log, so I'm speaking to that.
Last time we had to vote
Yeah, I
against the
understand.
table and now we have to, okay, well, I'm glad you understand. So
So the point I was trying to make is that part of my concern with the log is that I think there's an inordinate amount of staff time potentially. I don't really know. So it would be helpful to me to have more information about what this entails. That's all. So, you can vote on this, but that's a concern I have.
Well, we did. We voted to not table it.
I understand, but you can vote a motion. I'm telling you, it's hard for me to vote so I will have to, decide to abstain or something else. I'm just
Okay.
telling you the issue.
yeah, my understanding of this is we have a law, we have a procedure that we've established, but sometimes the procedure isn't followed. And my understanding of the motion is that we're not going to exercise discretion to change the procedure and how we comply with it. We're going to comply with the law and we're going to continue to do it and we're not going to suspend it or deviate from it. And how much time it takes for the staff is a relevant thing for us to find out, but it's not required in order for us to pass this motion to and one of the reasons for this motion is that there have been situations where the compliance has been irregular. And so we want to stick with regular compliance. And the other thing is, in terms of saving staff time, what would save staff time is if board members don't have to do public records requests to get documents that are connected with their performance of their official duties.
I have
So-
I have an email that clearly states, how does the board get information? Is it through the public records request? To which the answer was yes.
And
The
so
board
that's-
must submit public records requests to get information so that we can control the dialogue to make sure that it's consistent messaging across all
Yeah,
platforms.
so my point is that it'd be nice to get an answer to that question, but the motion is the motion and the law is the law and we comply with it. But if it turns out that she got the wrong information and that in fact board members don't have to go through a public records request to get information, that would save staff time.
So if we're are we in discussion?
Can I clarify that really quick? There is nothing stopping board members from doing a Public Records Act request. Legally, you have the right to, but you can also ask questions as board members, and then we can help define what would be a public records request, because that only applies to records that exist. A lot of the questions we get from board members, oftentimes, records don't actually exist. So it may be thought that you're submitting a PRA, when in fact, it's actually just a question from a board member.
Okay.
And what we want is for there not to be a situation where suddenly public records requests that aren't from board members don't appear and don't get logged. And so we can't have that occurring.
On the topic of the amount of time it takes, of course, we don't want to take undue staff time. And I'm not putting in any public records requests, but I did look at what some other districts are doing. And one thing that districts do is they use Granicus, which we used to use, not for this, but for something else. And that saves a tremendous amount of staff time, according to those districts. Another option would be to maybe hire someone to help if we need to. We're compelled by the law to do it. So if it's too much staff time, I think we should look into using maybe Granicus or one of these other companies that streamline it, or maybe hire someone else.
And just to clarify, the log is not required.
No. We have to answer them. We don't have to post them.
Correct.
So a couple of comments that came in that I thought were really, really relevant. The first one says, the district is no longer responding to Public Records Act's requests in a timely manner, and you've stopped updating the public log. What are you hiding? Ignoring legal requests doesn't make the problem go away. It just raises more questions. Where's the accountability? Where's the missing meeting recordings? The Public Records Act isn't optional. It's the law. Fix it. A former staff member. It's been very helpful and informative to the public to be able to look on the website and access prior requests, which ultimately can answer questions rather than duplicating an already answered request. This is more efficient and better serves the public. As the three in the new majority have reiterated time and time again, they're all about transparency and accountability. Do not change this. Honestly, what is the real reason you want to select what is shared? As board members, you don't get to have privacy, which I think is interesting because I think all of it should be published on the website. And I think some of the comments that are made, I think are misguided in thinking that we already do this. But if you look, we're not doing that. I submitted a Public Records Request Act for pool project drawings, a basic good faith request to understand how this $23 million project is progressing. That request was ignored. So I brought this forward because I know we've had lots of go-arounds about it, and one of the things that we were advised by not only legal, but also by you, Mr. Dixon, was that we need to have a consensus on how we want to handle this. So I'm moving to uphold the precedents that's set by the Public Records Act of having our activity, which is to post all requests online as they come in, to post the response to the requests online as they come in. If they need more time, that is supposed to be mentioned within 10 days. I would like to amend the motion to say that I'd like to amend the motion to say that we need to uphold the protocol that's been established of publishing all of our public records requests. And I would like to I would like to encourage or direct staff to hire an outside entity or a neutral party that is bonded and licensed with knowledge of all the privacy and everything else to handle our public records requests from this point forward. That's my motion, to uphold the public records request and hire an outside person to handle them.
I'm not sure why we need an outside person to do this. Can you explain?
Because it's been selective of what's been shared and what hasn't. I think, and also the concern is the time and the burden on staff. And so I think if we have a third party or a third person that perhaps that can handle just public records requests, whether that's from our legal firm and a clerk, or we bring in a consultant and have them bonded for privacy, et cetera. I think we need to set a new precedence that we are upholding the Public Records Request Act, and which would also help us avoid litigation.
So I don't, I mean, I think it's not okay to accuse people of doing it selectively. We don't know that. You can ask the superintendent, the acting superintendent, to look into whether there's a staff person that is not able to answer all the requests. But I think to accuse, I think, oh, well, it wasn't a public question, so I didn't realize. I apologize. It seems to me the first part of your question is embedded in that as an accusation that staff are doing something selectively. And I really don't think that's a good thing to raise publicly. If you have a concern about it, I think you can talk to the acting superintendent. I'm not done. I also read through the comments. I saw there were 2 comments, I believe, about public records. One of them was about information about the pool that I thought from reading it was likely part of the public record. We have all of that information online. So I would like to be very careful about figuring out when people think their information isn't being provided and whether or not there is a problem with doing things in a timely manner before accusing staff of doing something selectively. I don't like that.
I'm sorry that you don't like that. There's a motion on the floor to approve the public records request and post everything. I added to add staff. Howard, did you want to amend the motion?
I would move to amend the motion just to direct staff that there be a uniform policy of logging all public records requests on the website.
We're just going to make a motion to keep doing what we're doing, right?
But we're not doing it.
second
That's the
that.
problem. That's why.
No,
this is
well,
on the
that's a
agenda.
different thing. Then all you have to do is ask the acting superintendent to ensure that our staff is continuing to do the log because that's what we're supposed to do.
Jeff, when you were asked about the public records request and posting everything online, did you not respond? Is to ensure that this is how we want to go forward, because right now we're not posting everything online because we're not legally have in the past.
We are posting everything online. The consensus would be just to keep the log as it is and keep maintaining it, or to get rid of it because it's not required.
There's nothing been posted since February 4th. And I do know that it is true. You can go, it was at least as far as 2:00 this afternoon. I believe I took a screenshot of it.
The only other thing I'd clarify is that bringing in a third party to help with Public Records Act requests would actually not be helpful at all because there are records. So they
Yeah,
you'd need to be accessed
that's
to our
why
system.
I proposed to amend the motion, made a motion to amend the motion so that it is to continue logging without exception PRR requests on the website.
But we haven't been doing it is the problem. So how do we amend this motion so that we uphold the precedence of posting everything as it comes in so that it's either pending for the information, waiting for a response, or the information's being collected? Because right now we are not doing that. And that is what you asked me to bring forward, was to get consensus on how we wanted to handle public records requests. Do we want to uphold posting everything online or not using the log at all? And I'm asking for us to put everything online, but we are now in violation because we haven't posted anything since February 4th. So if this is an issue with time, then let's bring someone in or use our legal team's clerk or something to get this back on track, because right now we are in violation of the California Public Records Act.
So I'm going to bring someone up to help who's an attorney that you've heard from before and you've met, who's an expert in this area, and he can, based on what he's heard so far, hopefully help clarify beyond what I've said. So
The same attorney that
Mr.
suggested that we
Danforth?
get a consensus?
It's Scott Danforth. You might remember him from a little earlier.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? Well, I guess the first thing I want to start with is just the general process for Public Records Act. The 10-day period is the day in which you're supposed to provide a determination. You're not supposed to provide records. That determination period can be extended by 14 days if needed in order to identify records. When you get these records requests, oftentimes they ask for, every record between so-and-so between this time period. So a large amount of records oftentimes requires a lot of review. Records can't be provided right away. That 14-day period then allows you to make a determination as to whether records exist and identify potential exemptions for the records request. And then at that point, you provide an estimate as to when records can be made available. That is the general process. There's obviously exemptions for a handful of different records, information, all of those types of things. Are there any other questions on the process?
So just to clarify,
Yeah.
if somebody makes a public records request and it's not done or logged in 10 days, it doesn't mean they're not doing their job. It means they haven't made a determination that the records are available or that this is information that we should be providing for whatever reason.
So just to clarify, you said logged. If there's not a determination made within 10 days, there's no violation of law. You take that 14-day period and it extends that. As far as logging it on what the district has, not logging it would be not a violation of law. It would be, potentially going against whatever the district had decided to do. But again, that's not a violation of law. There's no impact, legally speaking, there. Yes.
Yeah, Scott, I don't understand why this is getting so complicated. What's on the record here is that the district established a policy of logging. There have been instances where logging has not occurred, and it's been discussed. We have a board member that said, well, just talk to the superintendent, acting superintendent about it. And we have another board member who said, well, we did talk to the acting superintendent about it, and he said that we should get a board consensus on this. And so it's really not about the law. It's about the fact that we had established a process of logging without exceptions. There were instances where the logging did not occur, but whether there were instances of logging that did not occur or not, as you said, you can log or you cannot log. We have logged. The motion is to continue logging and to have the board act as a whole to direct the staff that we're going to continue logging. It's really simple.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to complicate things. I was
No,
just
I
trying
know
to
you
explain the
weren't. In fact, you
process.
helped.
And as far as the board has the ability to direct staff in the way that they want with the vote that you guys are proposing.
So we've got a motion to direct the staff to continue logging without exception. That's basically the motion that's on the floor.
I do have a screenshot taken today that the last post was 2/4, and then looking at it right now, and I took that picture today at 2:20. The last post was posted on February 4th. When I'm looking at it right now, the date of the request, the last one posted is 3/8/25. So magically in the last 6 hours, and you can say whatever you want about questioning things, I'm questioning it because it's violation of Public Records Act. Not posting within 14 days, it is not our policy. Our protocol and what we were asked to bring forward tonight was, how do we want to make sure this is handled? And it should be posted regularly.
I do want to clarify that it's not against the law not to log it.
Right.
If the district has a policy to do that, that's their policy.
We've established a practice.
Which you can do. But
the
again,
practice is
even if that
established?
policy is established, it wouldn't be a violation of law. That's the point that I want to clarify.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but where you have an established practice and you treat some requests one way and the other requests another way,
That is-
it becomes a case of, at a minimum, confusing for the public. So the motion is direct the staff that all public records requests will be logged
And follow the law.
on the same basis. So can we call the question or whatever?
Just a sec. I wanted to ask you, I know that a district in Washington recently was sued about a school district about public records requests. Are you familiar with that? It was something, I think they were answering some late, and there was something about discrimination because they were doing some and not others, or I just don't want us to get sued because we're doing some and not others, which might be considered discrimination, and not doing them on time.
Sure. I'm not familiar with the case you're talking about in Washington. Washington does have different laws. They do have a law that is somewhat similar as far as just the requirement to provide public records. But generally speaking, Washington law is not something that can be used to direct California courts. That's the first thing. The second thing with regard to a discrimination claim, I feel like that would be a very difficult case to bring forward. You would have to show an accumulation of Public Records Act requests that were not responded to, or whatever the case may be, and it would somehow show some sort of discrimination based upon some sort of protected characteristic, right? We can't just say there is a discriminatory act simply because certain public records requests weren't posted or weren't responded to. It has to be tied to a trait that is protected by law.
I agree with you, but the fact that you're here tonight representing us on a lawsuit that could be argued to be ambiguous points out, I mean, the point is that we don't want to create legal ambiguities.
Sure.
So question, if we have public records that were requested March 15th, for example, and they show up on our log on April 17th, and there's no prior letter attached stating that they needed more time to gather the information, is that in violation of the Public Records Request Act?
It potentially could be, but
Okay,
Let's vote.
Let's vote. All in favor of keeping the log as it is, following our current precedent.
I don't think the motion's due, well, as long as it's not how it's been.
Motion to direct staff to log all public records requests that are received. Yes.
On a uniform basis.
anything more for me?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
It's up there. It does say on a uniform basis now, just slowly getting up there. Takes forever.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it on there?
Yeah,
It's on
it
there. I
is.
just-
All in
just-
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, this is an exciting one. Approval of contract for employment of acting superintendent. This contract is brought forward for approval for Mr. Jeff Dixon as acting superintendent. The contract states that during the period of time that the assistant superintendent performs the duties of the acting superintendent, he shall be paid a salary in the amount of $339,166. Are there any board comments or questions? Are there any speaker cards wishing to comment on this? Oh, you had a question.
Actually, sorry, I comment. I would just like to clarify that the delays in the contract were not board-driven, if that's correct. They were a mutual discussion on the terms and the content of the contract was one of the reasons. I think one of the reasons is you were out of town and we didn't feel that it should be approved because you were part of that discussion. I think at one point you had sent it, you weren't ready to sign it in February, is that correct?
No, so there were negotiating the terms, and then the meeting where we wanted to bring it back, President Perry was unfortunately not able to attend. And then the next time it would have been scheduled for the board to approve would have been the March meeting that we canceled.
Right,
That was
a
at my
staff
request.
Cancellation, correct? You requested that. correct.
Yep, and this is the next available meeting tonight.
Thank you for that clarification.
And since it was brought up, I would just like to add my concern and put on the public record that I'm concerned that there were any negotiations because as a board, we didn't direct anybody to negotiate, nor were we given as a board any information about what was in those negotiations. I'm happy with the outcome. I'm ready to vote yes, but the process of it, including the newspapers reporting that our president negotiated with the acting superintendent, was wholly inappropriate. And as a board member, I was never part of that discussion, and that's not okay.
No, I wasn't either, which is why when it came forward in March, it does matter if it matters for you. The reason I did not want to approve it in March is because we had not seen it yet. And when I looked at it for the first time, I found some things that I wanted to make sure were included. And that's why I did not approve it, and I sent it back for those comments.
The terms, the terms of the contract, and the terms of the motion to approve the contract explicitly required negotiation of terms so that it could be presented to the board. So the idea that the board, the board's acting now, the board's got the contract, and if the board doesn't like it, the board president correctly worked with the superintendent to get the contract ready to be approved by the board, and that's happening tonight. So I don't see what the problem is.
I
The-
really
The
wanted,
problem is that I saw,
Then vote against it.
I'm happy with the contract, but I am allowed and I should put on public record that there were earlier versions of the contract in which items were in there that were not in there because of board direction. They were in there because individual members of the board were acting individually. And I hope moving forward, we cease that kind of behavior
No,
and act as a board. It was not appropriate.
Individual members were carrying out their duties to get the contract ready so that it could be presented to the board, which
That's
it
not
just got
how
presented
boards
tonight.
operate. The board policy is that no board member, including the president, can act individually. And if you're going to negotiate,
It's not
you
acting
do it with
individually,
board.
it's
It
acting- The
is.
board is acting as a whole right now.
Did we have legal?
Howard, you can't pretend like you don't understand what I'm saying.
So I was communicating only with an attorney back and forth regarding negotiation of the terms, and I honestly didn't know which board member was on the other end of that. It was just, I only knew I got the contract from the attorney and it came back to me from the attorney.
But the contract, the way it's presented this evening, is to your satisfaction?
Yes.
We would. Yeah.
Second.
all in favor of approving the contract?
Do we need public comment, or we have offered public comment on this topic before? Do we exercise our right as a board to not need it, or?
Is there public comment? Okay.
I haven't got any. Well, I thought we were talking about, I thought we were talking about 7C. 7D, okay, yeah. 7D, oh, that's this, Eva Pauling, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I just want to call forward what Jeff just said, because in the last meeting when this came up, and Dee, you were out of town, and Howard and Sherry, you guys decided that you could not vote on this. Howard, can you look at me for a second? Thanks. When you guys decided you couldn't vote on this, you said that it's because negotiations were not completed. And in fact, I sat outside with you for 20 minutes and had a conversation about this. And Jeff just confirmed that all negotiations were completed before Dee left town. So there was actually no negotiation that happened after that, which means this contract has been sitting as it is today to that meeting where Dee was gone. And then you guys put out a PR press release of some kind a few weeks ago saying that negotiations had been completed. That is not actually what happened based on the timeline that just happened. I just want to make that clear because the frustration of everybody here was that there was no reason to continue because it seemed like everybody had agreed to terms and they were in fact agreed to. Was there any negotiation that actually happened after she came back in town?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the contract was signed, but the contract wasn't signed before that.
No, actually, that's not true. Well, you don't decide who answers the questions. Yeah, well, we can both answer the questions. So Dee, you give your answer and I'll give my answer. Or maybe we shouldn't give an answer because it actually would divulge information. But the answer is that there were terms that were added to the contract after that. No, there were terms that this acting superintendent agreed to that are now in the contract that's being presented to the board to vote on.
It's terms that the acting superintendent
understand.
wanted.
Correct, but you just said that the only thing that happened was he hadn't signed it.
That was also part of it because it needed to be the way he wanted it.
So additional terms were changed after the meeting. Can Jeff answer that question?
Well, first of all.
Can Jeff answer that question?
There are internal issues, but
I'm not asking what the terms were. I'm simply asking if Jeff can answer the question, if terms were changed after that meeting.
Yes. So based on that meeting, there was additional term based on questions that I believe President Perry was getting around reverting the salary.
It's okay.
back
We don't need
to-
is
details.
your interrogation of the staff and the members over? Are you done?
Am I done?
Are you done interrogating us about this?
I mean, no, I would love to do it longer, actually,
Yeah,
but I
sure
don't
you
think.
Ask the question, you got an answer. There were additional terms that were negotiated after that.
Again,
And
I think you
just
can
came before the
understand
board
why we don't
and-
trust.
Yeah, you before the
answers.
board and said that there were no changes.
Thank you, Jeff, for clarifying the terms that the contract needed to be approved. Is there any more comments?
Not on 7D.
Can we vote on this now?
It's called a mentor. He's had one for a while.
That was the contract approved at the last meeting with Leadership Associates.
It was actually part of the motion that we voted 5-0 on in January. was
And
for him
I
to
would
have a
add
mentor.
that the change that was made was favorable to Jeff and protected his best interests. And so we got this done and we got it done right.
There's a motion on the floor to approve the contract. I believe it's been seconded. Could we vote on this, Member President Perry? We can go back and look at that. We have a motion on the floor. Mr. President Perry, can you please direct the vote?
Can we vote? Okay. All in favor of approving Acting Superintendent, Mr. Jeff Dixon's contract?
Aye.
Aye. Yeah. Information items, instructional services, review change to Algebra 2 honors designation. Board review. Well. Okay. So are we doing board member reports now?
Or make sure it's done 3 minutes long.
Overall, we're supposed to talk for 3 minutes.
And we'll put the timer on.
3 minutes.
Do we want to, if there are students waiting to speak on something, should we put that at the end, the board member reports?
Let's just agree to do them quickly and get it over. 3 minutes.
Go ahead. He's already gone.
I attended PTA council meeting, I attended the PTA council meeting, which was exceptional as usual. It was wonderful hearing all the things that our PTAs is doing, the monies that they've raised, the activities that they've done. They're getting ready to have appreciation weeks for the teachers and staff. And it's just an excellent group. I also, for the Long Beach High School Foundation, I reviewed 16 applicants for the 5 $1,000 gay, lesbian, bisexual, transsexual awards, and I reviewed 5 for the anti-Semitic prevention, which were 10 students will each get $1,000 from my family. I've also worked with School Power to support the Barefoot Classic, and we will be supporting a team from the school for 5 players. Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Just very quickly, thanks to School Power, it was one of the best galas that there has been. It was fantastic, so thank you. I want to mention that we have decades-long history of collaboration with our teacher and staff, and I want to affirm that and affirm my commitment to that collaboration after hearing the beginning of the meeting. The only way that we can have a great district is by working together and recognizing the expertise of our professionals here. I also want to reiterate in response to Carter's comment that our first and foremost, is to support our students and make them feel safe. I'm dismayed that there's actually been more than one instance of where I don't feel like the board has made our students feel safe. So let's do better. And a quick comment from my own work. I'm currently teaching an undergraduate course called Education in the American Dream. And it's often kind of dovetails with what we're doing here. Last week, we looked at a curriculum controversy in Kanawha County, West Virginia in 1974 about how to develop the curriculum through textbook selection, which led to a huge violent controversy in town. It made me think a lot about how we balance the relative rights of students, parents, and the school board for setting the curriculum. Stanford historian David Laborie argues that public schooling throughout history has simultaneously existed as both a public good, one that produces citizens and workers, but also a private good, one that meets the individual needs and gives students competitive advantage. It's really not an easy task to manage the tension in education between those public and private kind of desires. And I want to reiterate that it should be left to educational experts with some level of input from parents and students. That's it.
Thank you. Ms.
Yeah, just a few comments. One would be I wanted to, there's a lot of innuendo in some of the comments that were made earlier, and there was discussion about board members having contacts with students. I don't know what that means. I personally have not had any contact with individual students, except for the representatives on the board. With respect to the survey results that were reported, those survey reports don't surprise me at all, particularly given the quality of the information that may be getting disseminated. For example, your comments about board members wanting to get involved in communications. There's just no basis for that. What's happening right now is that the board and the district are not complying with the bylaws with respect to communications. So people on the board have expressed a desire to work with the staff to try to make sure that we're fully implementing our bylaws. And so if people in your bargaining unit are being told that we want to take over communications, I would, if I was one of them, I'd vote no confidence in the board too. What I'm hoping is that when we get a new superintendent, we can actually start to not have parallel monologues, but have actual dialogue. And I'm hoping that can be accomplished. The last thing I want to say is that I never made a commitment that I wasn't going to write letters to the editor. We had a very positive meeting, and I said, if I don't have any reasons to write letters to the editor, I won't. But you know, the thing about it is you're shaking your head, but well, no, it is true. And well, yeah, well, okay. I was there and others were there as well. But the point is, whatever I said with respect to writing letters to the editor, just as I'm being told by you and by others every day that, well, we have our First Amendment rights to do what we want to do. I have my First Amendment rights to write letters to the editor when I believe it's in the best interest of the school district for me to do so and for the community. And I'll tell you something else. There are people in this room right now who are not happy with me because they think that I'm trying too hard to appease the loudest people, and I'm not remembering what we talked about during the campaign, and I think they're right about that. So I'm going to be doing more of not just trying to appease the loudest people, but to keep faith with the discussions I had with the voters during the campaign. Last thing I want to say is this, is I don't believe that we should spend any time talking about a couple of April Fool's Day jokes, but since it's been brought up here, I will say this. Until April 2nd, I did not know that there was such a thing as an ASB Instagram account. I don't really, frankly, understand Instagram accounts very well. My daughters use my Instagram account and set it up for me. What does that mean? That I'm done or I have? Okay. Yeah, well, as a point of personal privilege, let me just say this. I agree completely with those people who testified that we shouldn't be going back and looking at 20 things that happened 20 years ago. And I did not do that. I received a specimen from the website, the ASB website, which did go back 20 years ago. And it reminded me of when the Jon Stewart program did a spoof on the MTV program. And I thought the way of taking the attention back off of what happened 20 years ago, doing an April Fool's joke and moving on was a good idea. I know now that it wasn't a good idea, and I wish I hadn't done it. But the fact of the matter is that it wasn't an attempt on my part to have any content. I thought I was responding to the adult that sent it to me. And so that's the way it happened, and since it was brought up, I wanted to go on record in that regard.
Member Morgan?
Thank you. I've been quite busy, and since the last time we all met a month. Couple things that I attended to was the State of the City Luncheon that was held at the Montage. That was a wonderful event hosted by the Chamber of Commerce. One of the conversations that they talked about was the fire safety in our community, and one of the suggestions that I had made that I would like to bring forward to the board at perhaps the next meeting or when the pool comes up again is to partner with the fire department in being fire ready and having a pump of, one of those pumps that takes the water out of the pool with a fire hose type hose to be part of the solution with the pool development so that we can be one of the sources of water if there is an emergency. The other thing I had suggested was talking to the city about possibly working with those residents and offering how it would work financially, if it's a tax credit or if it's just a credit or if it's just out of the kindness to ask those people that live on perimeters of our city that are up against vegetation, and if they have a pool, would be to also ask them to put a pump into their pool area. And if they are part of that fire solution, then somehow they work with the city on getting some type of a credit back or something to be a part of that. I also attended quite a few school events in an effort to educate myself on what we're doing and to see how I can, as a board member, lend my voice to efforts that the students and staff and the district is looking for. So I was at a wonderful presentation here by Mike Morrison and staff here called the Cool presentation, where the students presented what type of learners they are, if they were a collaborative learner, an empathetic learner. It was a fabulous event, and I've highly encouraged them to come forward and do a presentation for the board because I thought it was wonderful, and it was a great way for the students to tap into their authentic selves and be able to identify their own learning styles and how they contribute and who they are grateful for as far as a teacher in their life. I thought it was wonderful. I went to the oral history reports, which I loved from when we were here. I also did the LCAP, was invited to the district LCAP meeting at the high school, which was wonderful. And we had a student panel that Kate was on, as well as I think 10 other students. And it was great. I thought that it was an interesting comment that they made when they were asked what just about that day and what was great about it. And what they said the most was that they wanted their voices elevated and they would like their voices heard and more opportunities for student input. So I think that comment in and of itself was really interesting, because when we say we always include the students, for the students to be on a panel like that and to state that they would like more opportunities to have their voice heard, I thought, to me, told me a lot more than this thought that we don't do enough for the students. I also have toured all 4 schools for their special ed programs, and I want to clarify that it was never stated that we have defunded special ed. What was stated was that we have cut programs or not put programs back in place. That is not a funding issue. It was a decision to keep the programs active or not. And I'm sure that as we evolve, as this next group comes forward, I understand that there will be programs that we need to look at and consider, or different ways to support the special ed program. So I spent I toured all 4 schools with Irene White and her staff, and it was wonderful. I even saw Miss Thesa Zuziak today and said hi to her when I walked into her class. I also had site visits on Thurston and the high school and El Moro and TOW, just to understand the school and see how it works and see what's going on. And I have had multiple interactions with different students and different programs and things that are happening, just because I'm in the student world still. So it's been a very busy last month, and I appreciate all the staff and the time that they took to spend time helping me understand what's happening around here, what the great things are going on. We do wonderful things here. I think that I would certainly myself believes otherwise. I can't speak for my fellow board members, but I believe that the staff works incredibly hard. They're incredibly skilled. And, but I do think oversight from the board is something that we can do better with. So, and I had that conversation with people too. So it was a very positive and very successful last month. And as a personal note, my only new thing is that I'm fostering dogs and moving them around. So if anybody is ever interested in fostering, let me know.
Thank you. I also attended Thurston's Cool celebration, and it was fantastic. It just brought tears to my eyes, and I think Mr. Morrison and the staff will do a presentation here. I loved hearing the Thurston oral history reports and meeting the grandparents and having the kids be so proud of their grandparents. I also attended the Chamber of Commerce Water Department meeting and learned about the new helicopters that have super hoses and really soak up water. And then I went to a fire safety meeting, and Katrina Foley, our supervisor, wants to put these water tanks out on the toll road for helicopters for Laguna Beach and Newport. Then she also said that if there is any disaster, it's really important that even if we don't have big issues, that we report them, because when the whole county reports together, it works out much better to get money. And Mr. Dixon, you're probably aware of, I met with the Emergency Management Division, and they're having a walkthrough exercise April 30th for a cyber attack. And you're probably all up on that, I'm sure. I also went and saw our high school special education programs. I met with Rachel Selleck, who is the Chief of Government Affairs for the hospitals, and she is really trying to get our students more opportunities in our hospitals, and they realize that we need more and more healthcare workers, and that they need to be proactive too. And the hospital actually has funded in Glendale, maybe somewhere like that. They partner with a high school, and they have funded labs for the high school, and they have their faculty come. And so she's interested in helping us pursue that. And let's see, what else? Oh, I met with the mayor too, and also attended State of the City. So now we can go on to review change to Algebra 2 honors designation. Mr. Mayberry?
Thank you. So This item's brought forward, as you all know, LB, the high school's GPA weighting policy has been aligned with the University of California weighting policy for a long time. UC grants, honors designated criteria. It must be comparable workload to an AP class or a college level course, the way they weight it. That's why it's really considered a really high level standard across the country. It's meant to be for specialized and advanced courses for students that have already completed foundational work. There's prerequisites to get that UC honors designation and weighted. Our policy is aligned to that. In late January, early February, all California high schools were all notified. The University of California recently had changed their Algebra 2 honors weighting to no longer receive designation for the UCs. So pre-calculus still does. So in our case, we don't require pre-calculus. Students are able to accelerate past that. It's a unique acceleration opportunity that our students have. But for the rest of the high schools, they still have that opportunity to get it weighted through pre-calculus. We just don't require it. But we certainly could. The high school takes those pre-calculus standards and integrates them into the Algebra 2 honors course. So it is a little unique that way. So they're going to our staff is looking at ways to adjust and resubmit Algebra 2 honors to the UCs to get weighted. But currently for the 25-26 years, it would not be weighted there, which means it wouldn't receive a GPA boost for those students. If we resubmit it and it gets approved by UCs, then that weight would then be added, whether that's in 6 weeks or in 6 months. We could add it to our students' GPAs at that point. So with that, this has been discussed. It was discussed at the special board meeting as well as some other meetings with Board Member Perry and Board Member Morgan. So we want to bring it forward to the whole board. Some options are to continue to follow the UC honors designation policy that we currently have. Students and parents of the high school's already informed all the parents during the registration process. They're following our district policy that it's not weighted, and then resubmit it and to see if we can get that weight, as I just mentioned. Another option that's been discussed was making an exception for Algebra 2 honors related to the weighting courses. And then a third option that has come up is require pre-calculus, which would definitely be weighted by the Algebra 2 honors. So we would be in alignment with the other high schools that do require pre-calculus. So those are the options. District staff wanted to get input from the full board regarding this recent change in the UC honors weighting policy for Algebra 2 honors.
Thank you. Questions?
Chad, so if we were to weight our honors or Algebra 2 honors because it has the pre-calc element that other districts weight, but we don't offer pre-calc, would that essentially serve the same idea? Because would it be easier to weight the Algebra 2 honors class or add a pre-calc class?
Well, that would be when we submit it to the UCs, that would be our case for saying, look, this is a fairly unique Algebra 2 honors. It includes some pre-calculus standards in there. But that would be different than our current board policy, which is aligned with the UCs and they're not weighting it.
Right, but don't we only have 16% of our students that go to California schools? Don't we only have 16% of our high school seniors that actually go to California schools?
That is the largest university that our kids go to out of all the groups, yes.
But that means 16% go to California schools, so that means the rest go out of state, correct?
No, that's UCs. So they might go to Cal States, they might go to community colleges, they might go to privates. There's a variety of places. Our students really go to all different unique spaces. It's
Right.
definitely out of state too.
Right, as well as out of state, but a majority of our students go out of state now, isn't that what our data shows?
Not out of state, no. The majority, it's definitely not majority out of state.
Okay, I think I saw different data, but okay.
Any other questions?
Public comments?
Public comments.
Kenneth Brown.
Okay. Board discussion.
comment on this really briefly because I was in some of those meetings where we had discussed this, including the special meeting, and then we, Kate and I were invited to a meeting with Board Member Morgan and Board Member President Perry as well with some district staff to kind of go over just some things like this, similar things like this, including the science thing. My perspective's kind of shifted on this item, I would say, and I think in terms of the students, I think it kind of opens Pandora's box if we take ourselves off the UC system here, because then there's a lot of classes at the high school like Algebra 2 honors, which are really difficult. But if we don't have some sort of standard, I fear that we kind of lose credibility in terms of the college admissions process. And so I would, before I was like, hey, let's take a look at this, but I kind of roll back my previous kind of thoughts on this. And I think that if it's not in alliance with the UC system, then we shouldn't do it, because then we open the door to weighting whatever classes that we want. And I think that could kind of sets a dangerous precedent.
So,
Would,
sorry. Are you suggesting that we should bring in pre-calc?
Well,
'Cause
it's
we
my
don't
understanding that
have
AP Pre-Calc is a proposed course, that is upcoming in the board. And it sounds like, whatever the high school and the instructional service department are looking into how to get Algebra 2 honors weighted again through the UC system, but it sounds like that's going to take some time. And so I think for the time being, my opinion is that we don't weight it, just so that we don't kind of, lose that line of credibility there.
I understand that thinking. Should we then take the pre-calc part out of it? Of the Algebra 2?
Well, I think if you do that, then, right, because you have to have it's my understanding, I went through the whole pathway and I took AP Calculus. You have to have pre-calc knowledge to go into AP Calculus AB, which is the next step. And so if we don't do that, then students are gonna take an Algebra 2 honors class and a pre-calculus class before getting there, and that messes up the whole math pathway. But Dr. Mayber, you can.
No, that's correct. So currently we're proposing an AP pre-calculus class. It's not required. It's an optional class. And so, but if there's a concern around weighting, like, students losing an opportunity to get weighting, we could look into adding back in a pre-calculus class, right? Obviously, there's pluses and minuses to that, right? The plus is that there's a weighting opportunity that aligns with all the other high schools. The other challenge of that is so a lot of kids have been very successful at not having it there and having it integrated in where it is now currently into the Algebra 2 honors courses. And then they've gone on and done very well in the AP calculus. So, but that is a potential option if we wanted to have the balance that the other high schools have. But because no one else is, if they're aligned to the UC weighting policy, they're all losing the same weight the way we are.
So I think one of the concerns that has been expressed by students and parents is our setting our kids up for the STEM careers and in a rigorous fashion. And if we're not weighting if we're not weighting Algebra 2 honors or the if we're not weighting the Algebra 2 honors and it also has AP Calc content, then are we not disservicing our kids if something isn't, if one of those two aren't weighted? So if we're not adding the honors pre-calc, then should we not petition to have this honors Algebra 2 weighted?
Well,
For this very reason, as you said?
It has pre-calculus standards in there, which some of those overlap into the AP pre-calc, which is a newer course for College Board. But the way it was developed by the teachers now, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 years ago, was to take the essential pre-calculus standards, put it into the Algebra 2 honors so that they could still be successful in AP Calc.
So the pre-calc is a new class. The AP pre-calc is a new class, and we've integrated
Yes.
that, and our class is now several years old. So would it be worthy to revisit it and consider having it weighted?
Say that again?
Well, you had just said
They have it weighted.
The Algebra 2 honors?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
what
that's
she's
what we're
asking.
in the process of trying to see, because they obviously changed their standard of what they were looking for. And so now we're like, okay, we think we meet this. And so we want to figure out the right way to submit it so that it's successful, but we won't know till we obviously submit it and get feedback.
So what is the motion then that you're asking for? Are you asking for us to give board direction to approve pursuing weighting the Algebra 2 honors class?
I just want to say something because I'm trying to clarify for myself. One process is you go back to the UC system and see if they will agree to waiting. The other possibility was a suggestion that we grandfather it and wait it because we think we're disadvantaging our students. I have no problem if the UC system wants to continue waiting the course, and that is a decision of the UC system. I have a very big problem with the other option, and I would like to speak to that for a second. I certainly understand the anxiety around transcripts and college admissions. I actually have 4 older kids. I'm well-versed in all of that. They have 7 colleges between them, grad and undergrad. So I have a lot of empathy for that. But I strongly suggest that we do not change the weighting system for anything we currently have if it is not based on UC standards. Families understand those standards. Colleges understand those standards. Changing it confuses the policy and opens the door for making arbitrary decisions on the weighting of future courses. The other thing is if you change the weighting system, you're not fooling college admissions people. They just take our transcripts and they recalculate them based on the standards that are UC. So you're not actually solving any kind of problem. And you know, you're not fixing any inequities. You're merely signaling to admissions offices that our student transcripts need to be recalculated because we no longer follow a standard system. So those standards create clarity here, and I strongly suggest we don't step outside of that. The other thing it's worth mentioning is that the problem here isn't really about weighting. It's about the kind of culture and anxiety we have around college admissions. And I think that's where we should address this. My kids actually went to schools where they were limited by school policy to only 3 AP courses a year, and they also had no grade inflation. That did not affect at all their college admissions because the colleges know what the school transcripts mean. They understand how to read those. So I suggest we think about ways of making a high school curriculum less anxious, possibly in the future considering having fewer AP classes or limiting them, because that's not the difference of what gets a student accepted into college. That's not where it matters. And changing the weighting so that their GPA changes is not going to make a difference in college admissions. It just undermines our transcripts. So I'm against that.
Mr. Hills?
Yeah, I'd like to associate myself with some of Board Member Macheski's comments there. I remember going to a college orientation for Thurston students getting ready to go to Laguna Beach High School. And they went in and we sat there, and the presentation that was made could only cause a lot of anxiety for those kids. And it was a pretty dreadful presentation. And I did career day at Thurston that year, and I ended up talking about colleges, and I had several parents call me up the next day. I thought I was in trouble, but they actually were very happy because they felt that I'd helped reduce anxiety. And I think what I want to associate myself with is just the idea that we really need to look really carefully at what kind of orientation we give to students about colleges and how to get into what colleges, how to get into the Ivy League, how to get into the UC system. It's all information that we need to give them. But we also need to let them know that there are hundreds of colleges all over this country where they can go and be valued members of a learning community, and they don't have to go to Ivy League schools. I have a daughter who went to Stanford, and I had a daughter that went to Saddleback. And I would say that the daughter that went to Saddleback is probably more well-adjusted and happy than the one that went to Stanford. But the point is that we've really got to take the fear and the dread out of this for these students when they're in 7th. I had one mom called me up and said, I don't know what you said to my daughter, but I was really happy because she left this morning without making her bed, and it's the first time she hasn't made her bed. And so it was like a burden had been lifted, but we've got to do more to let them know about the colleges that change lives that are all over this city. I mean, all over this country.
Anything else? I agree that we need to have a standard, and right now, we are using the UC standard. Unless we come up with another standard, I think we should go by that.
And so I'm hearing that there's not interest in adding pre-calc as a required course. There is definitely seems a consensus around us resubmitting it, right? And seeing if we can get that weighting. And then it sounds like they're not interested in, I want to confirm that we're not interested in, at this time, making an exception for Algebra 2 honors. We're going to resubmit it as is to see if we can get that weight.
Yeah, but can you clarify for me, are we resubmitting it so that there's a waiver for just our school? Or does the UC system decide that Honors Algebra 2 is weighted? Because my understanding was they made a ruling that that course was no longer weighted. So it seems to me the conversation's over.
Well, if we resubmitted it, we would resubmit it in a way that emphasized better that there are pre-calculus standards in there. The last time we resubmitted it was a long time ago, right? So it's been a while. So we would want to make sure it's communicated in a way that like, this is different than the typical Algebra 2 honors. Now they could say it doesn't matter. It's still primarily Algebra 2 and that we don't agree. But at least we want to submit it again and say, look, this is a little bit unique. We think that this is more than your typical Algebra 2 honors, and we think it does deserve to be a UC weighted course.
Okay, can we vote?
Do we have to vote?
No, I just wanted to make sure, we had discussion from the whole board and kind of got
Our
direction
input.
for
Okay.
that one. So I'll make sure staff is working to resubmit that this spring, or very soon actually, because it is spring.
So now 8B, modification of Laguna Beach High School Integrated Science Course title. Item is presented as an information item. Dr. Mayberry, the floor is yours.
So another similar topic that's come up related to integrated science and conversations with during this special board meeting, as well as with Board Member Perry, Board Member Morgan. And so a lot of this, there's obviously different parts of this conversation, but one of the things that happened more recently that was mentioned at a previous board meeting, a comment was made by 2 students by a visiting college representative at a college that they didn't know about the integrated science courses that were listed. They were listed as approved courses, and they might need to take additional courses. And that person was a rep there talking to students, so it was obviously very confusing to the students and worrisome, and rightfully so. If they were saying something to the extent of like, "These wouldn't work for us. These are different. We don't know what these are," right? So, just to say publicly, like college reps are a mix of like, sometimes they're recruiters, sometimes they're employees, sometimes they're local alumni when they come to visit schools, right? And so they're not necessarily all experts on admissions. And so it is possible they would say something incorrect. And so certainly our staff was concerned about that when it came up. The counselors immediately reached out to NYU, MIT, Harvey Mudd, Carnegie Mellon, Penn, Johns Hopkins, Georgia Tech, Purdue, among a few others. They got responses from them. They all confirmed that the admission officers and the visiting rep appeared to share inaccurate, misleading information. They consistently emphasized that their responses that they do not have fixed course requirements for admission. Instead, they used more of the holistic review, making sure they meet the foundational sciences, similar to what we were talking more about in college admissions, right? They're looking at the whole child amongst typically 13 to 15 different factors. So one of the suggestions to provide clarity, additional clarity, was to maybe justify the name, the title of it, right? So, so the options that we want to get feedback on, again, related to this for integrated science courses was, now that one option is now we have confirmed the college reps have shared that incorrect information, that college rep shared incorrect information. We keep the integrated science course title as the same. Seems to be a rep that was misinformed. Another option that may go along with that is change the course titles in the course catalog to provide a little bit more information for people who are going through that course catalog at high school, and maybe adjusting the descriptions to try to be a little bit more clear, And then a third option would be to actually officially change the course titles, which means we would need to submit those to UC Doorways for their approval, because those are UC A through G approved courses. And so that would change how it appears in the student transcripts. If we would made it official, that would then change the transcript. So those are kind of like the three options that, keeping it the same, and maybe adjusting the course catalog to provide more clarity, change the name within the course catalog, but not officially, or potentially go in and resubmit it to UCs to have that name. Some of the ones that were suggested were like Integrated Science 1, Chemistry and Physics, because that's the blend that it has, or Integrated Science 2, Biochemistry and Earth, because that has a blend of things. So some name that calls that out as an add-on to the Integrated Science. So we wanted to get input from the board as we're moving forward.
Were you able to contact other districts that have integrated science and see what they titled them?
I heard back from two that said they had not encountered something similar to what we had, where someone had said that it interfered with it. I did go on UC Doorways to look up all those colleges. Like, there's a variety of names. There are several that have, I just call it similar, many high schools. It's about 1,300 high schools in California. About 300 have some type of integrated science connected to the name. Some of them are, we'll say, integrated physics and chemistry. Something similar to what was mentioned just earlier. Some of them just say Integrated Science 1, Integrated Science 2, Integrated Science 3, similar to what we currently have. So there's a mix of those that are on there. I reached out to two. They had said they had not, they responded back and just said we had not heard of the similar problem. That's what I would think we would important to lean into. So I think that the science faculty has, obviously, they named Integrated Science 1 to meet the needs. So I think they're open to adjusting it if they think it'll make a difference. Right now, based off of what we've gotten, the counselors have gotten back related to it, they don't think it necessarily makes a difference. But I know at a minimum, they want to adjust the catalog and say, okay, let's adjust the catalog, make sure that's at least clear. Double check our school profile, because that's what colleges look at. Make sure that's very clear. I don't know if there's enough based off of what conversations I have, I don't think there's enough to change the name, but we could do that. It's not necessarily that huge of a thing to add something to a name. We do have to resubmit it to the UC, so there's a little bit of work there to get it approved again with a new name.
So I'm still a little confused about what the problem is we were trying to solve with all of this. It's been a lot of discussion, including that board meeting that I didn't know about but watched on Zoom. So I'm not sure, I mean, we approved the course in a title. I really trust admissions officers if they see integrated science 1, 2, and 3. I think they're pretty smart at reading transcripts and probably can figure it out. And if they can't, they just call the school because they know how to figure it out. So I'm not so sure it's really necessary to even be confronting this. That being said, the name change sounds really easy, but name changes can often be really complicated, because if you say integrated science biology, then the name may lead to different interpretations of what's in the course and requirements around who teaches the course, for example. So I'm not so sure going through all that work, it doesn't solve a problem that we have to begin with. There's lots of course title names. We don't fully understand what's in the course on the basis of the title. We're not going to go through and rename every single course so it exactly matches people's perception of the course. I don't think saving or changing it solves any sort of problem. All of our students know what it is. Admissions counselors don't need more information, and it potentially leads to work because the name change leads to more questions and more problems around requirements around teaching and curriculum. So I recommend we do nothing and go with how we originally approved it, because we went through this process and approved it.
This item was brought forward because of students. Students had a problem, an issue.
Are
with
we in
this.
discussion right now, or are we still in questions? I don't want to get my comment. I don't want to get
Yeah,
my
I thought we
comment
were
until we're
doing
in the right part of the meeting.
questions, but
I apologize.
it's okay. It's okay.
Thanks, Carter.
Are there any more questions? Okay. Are there public comments?
Yes, Kata Brown. I don't see any students.
I think at the special meeting, whatever it was, Jen Merritt laid it out very clearly that the science department has worked very hard and is very confident that what they are providing is appropriate and that colleges will understand that. I also, to Dr. Mastewski's point, credentialing could be an issue. We have 1.5 science, physics teachers. I'm not sure how many chemistry teachers, and maybe 1, 2 biology teachers. If you start messing with the titles, you're going to have to then take those teachers to those courses. And with the way it is now, IS 123, you have some flexibility for the staff as well, which I think works better in the students' favor because it gives them more options during the master schedule day.
And we have also Kelly Osborne.
Good evening, members of the board. I want to just make a very brief comment on this. I was actually on curriculum council as an elected parent member back when integrated science was going through the pathways. I have 2 high schoolers. They're in the integrated science pathways, integrated science 1, one in integrated science 3. I support simple changes. You guys know how I approach things on the board. I find that we're overreacting to a lot of things, and this would be a very simple thing. If there's a change we can make in the course catalog where everybody understands it better, I support that. If it's extra work or we have credentialing issues, I don't support that. I really encourage you guys to look for really simple solutions. Another example would be on Honors 2. We have a different style class there. So resubmit it, see if we can abide by our policy and get the weighting. What we're missing here tonight is we are being very reactionary, and they're blowing up into these big things. And we're re-vetting the whole integrated science development that we did for 10 years. We're re-vetting the whole process of grade weighting aligned to CS and UC policies. So let's not do that. Let's take an item, take some feedback, bring it to your professionals, bring it to your superintendent, and let them work with staff to bring something back to you. That's all. It's very simple. So if something can change, if we call it physical sciences and it comes from the science faculty, if we call it physics of the universe and it comes from the faculty, that's great. And then we can all start talking about it that way as well. But we don't need to be so reactionary. These are not big things. These are things that your qualified administration can handle and bring to you that don't blow up into multiple meetings. Thank you.
Is that the last public comment, Clerk Hales?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, discussion.
I appreciate Kelly Osborne's comments. I do think some of these things are really actually quite simple. What's our process? What's our procedure? Are we upholding it or do we need to fix it? I don't totally understand the flexibility in the teachers because I think when we have an integrated science class, I think the fact that it's not specific is more confusing than identifying it as integrated science, physics, and earth, or I think, I don't remember all the different ones. But when the teachers have suggested to add that, or when they're coming, if we're asking them to add what is the class, it probably would be helpful to identify that integrated science 1 is physics and earth, and integrated science 2 is specifically chemistry and, or, which I don't think any of those are right, but excuse me. So I would agree, keep it simple, but maybe help clarify it better and with the path of least resistance.
Yeah, sorry, I have a comment. I think there's I have 2 comments about this. First, I think it would be ignorant for me to say that students have not brought up comments about the integrated science system. I would be lying to say that's not been true. I think I have a couple of issues about how this came about. I think looking at this and kind of divorcing myself from what actually happened, I think us, board members, including myself, encouraging to change the name and doing all these kind of things may seem like we're having this top-down approach. And I want to apologize for that, if that's how it's perceived. And I think there's a real issue with that. I think that since this didn't originate from, science teachers saying this is an issue, or even our counselors, I think I may have made an error there, and I want to apologize for that. I also think that if this causes more staff, we're talking about staff time a lot here, like how much staff time are we putting on? I think if this requires, as Dr. Malcheski said, us spending more time, is we have to figure out, okay, well, is now the staff credential to teach it? Things like that. This kind of, opens another can of worms that we don't want to really deal with. And, I think those are some important points to consider. And lastly, I agreed in the sense that, like, if we do this, then I think it also, I didn't consider this before, but like English, for example, are we going to write, well, what type of English books are they reading? Are they going to be reading English literature and nonfiction? Is it American literature? And things like that. So I think that really opens up kind of another thing that I didn't think about. And I was being a little bit naive when I thought, well, let's just change the name. That'll make it really simple. I don't think it's that simple. Yeah, I mean, I think if students saw what it was, I think that would, changing the catalog. I'm just not in favor of changing the name of the transcript, because I think that causes unnecessary strife. But I do think changing the catalog to students, like, okay, this year I'm going to be learning, physics and chemistry or whatever. Then maybe that would help students gain a better understanding of what they're learning, because students are not going to read the full description usually. So maybe that would be helpful.
I think that would help parents also. I know one of the questions I got was, a parent came to me and said, my son really wants to take marine biology, but with this integrated science, he's never had biology. So it wasn't explained to her or him that really counted for biology. And I think if there was more of a description in the catalog, that would be helpful.
Yeah, no, I think we've got a good, I feel like I'm hearing a good consensus of updating the catalog, including looking at, like, even updating the title within the catalog, not necessarily dipping into areas that could impact credentials and who's teaching, staying away from that, which is making it a little bit more official with the UCs, keeping it the same there. But, like, let's look at what it is on our website. Let's look what it is in our catalog. The registration sheets, so that it can be a little bit more clear that way, in the title, as well. Obviously, we'll look at this, where the spots that there's too. That's good. That's helpful.
Also, I think the integrated science is really wonderful. I like the idea of bringing back curiosity and having students engage and, not just memorize a lot of facts. So I think the idea behind it is perfect. Can we move on? Okay, you got enough feedback from us?
Yes,
Dr. Mayberry?
thank you very much.
Okay, good. Update on environmental education?
Yeah, so excited about to bring this up. I'm going to invite up our coordinator of environmental literacy. In recognition of Earth Day next week, we share our annual environmental literacy and sustainability update to the board at our April meeting. It's part of our strategic commitment to environmental responsibility and the whole child. We take a very comprehensive approach, and the board's been incredibly supportive of that over the years, related to the environment and sustainability practices. We have 3 goals around this, which Ms. Harwood's going to also share, who's been just an amazing catalyst and taking us to that next level. Last year, we were recognized as one of the top 8 school districts in California for environmental excellence with our gold award that we won at the gold from the state. And so we're excited to share an update related to that as well. But I want to just do a quick information item here. We have a ton of Earth Week items going on next week, but I'll hand it off to our coordinator, Gloria Hardwood.
Thank you. Well, that special recognition is actually Dr. Mayberry's birthday on Earth Day on Tuesday. So, yeah, Earth Day is on Tuesday. So it's a great opportunity to reflect on all the work that we've done this past year on environmental education, and a special announcement in just a moment. So I just want to thank the board and our district admin and all of the collaborative teachers and staff community and students that we get to work with throughout the year to make all the magic happen within environmental literacy. And I just want to take a moment and just show of hands. Is the environment a context of keeping you in Laguna or moving to Laguna? Show of hands. This is the reason why you moved to Laguna. right? Or staying in Laguna. Yeah. So it's an amazing way to integrate into like a place-based education for our students. So tonight we're going to look at why we're here. And it's not just a subject, but it's a powerful real-world context for learning from studying plant and animal systems to analyzing climate impacts or engineering sustainable solutions. Students are building critical skills with relevance and purpose. Our framework aligns with the LBUSD file to ensure equitable access and engagement across all grade levels, every classroom, every subject. And when we design this, we look at the 5 imperatives of environmental literacy. The first one is the moral imperative. It feels good to learn about the environment and to protect it, and just being a part of a community in Laguna. The next one is the curricular imperative. It's part of our standards and frameworks within the state. We have AB 285 and also the environmental principles and concepts that are integrated in next generation science standards, history, ELA, and health standards. Also, there's the social and MTSS imperative and getting connected for the whole child in learning about the environment, and also the college and career imperative in the green economy. There's a lot of future jobs that students can engage in that require knowledge of the environment and making informed decisions rooted in. And I'm excited to see all of the interest that the students are engaging in on studying that in college and pursuing a career in the future. And we had an earthquake the other day. We have the disaster preparedness imperative, and understanding why natural disasters happen so provides a background for all the drills that we do. And yeah. So my special announcement is last year, like Dr. Mayberry said, we won a gold recognition for the Green Ribbon Award. And this year we won Green Achiever, which is the highest recognition in the state. And so that was all due to both facilities and instruction and all the amazing work that our teachers and staff members do for our students to make it really a healthy community and a safe place to learn and to reduce those environmental impacts. So we get to go up to San Mateo County Office of Education on April 30th to accept our award. And this is within a network of amazing school districts that have also won the Green Achiever Award, like Carmel Unified, Redondo Beach, LAUSD, Encinitas Union. So we are now in that amazing network of school districts that can have that award. So we have 3, and there's our award. So we have 3 overarching sustainability goals, and within these 3 goals, there are learning experiences in every single one of them. So goal 1 is reducing environmental impacts and costs. I'll talk about those learning experiences with students in that goal. Goal 2, improving health and wellness of students and staff. And goal 3, providing effective environmental education. So within our sustainability work, we have 18 strategic targets on how we design instruction. I'm not going to go through all 18 different targets, a couple per goal, and talk about some of the events that we have next week as well for our Earth celebrations. So for the first one, I'm going to really highlight waste and water for the student learning experiences. And this year, we wanted to really focus on student climate literacy in the forms of adaptation and mitigation. So looking at systems that can either adapt to climate change or mitigate the effects of climate change in the classroom. And so with our green teams, we conducted 19 student-led waste audits to give us accurate data of how much waste is produced during lunch. And then we did those calculations of the waste streams going into either compost, landfill, and recycling. And this is the most tangible way to mitigate any type of impacts on the student side of environmental impacts. And just like some context, we send daily about 8,000 tons of landfill waste to our local landfill in Irvine. So we want to do our best within our school systems to make sure that we're not putting a lot of trash in our grade trash bin. So our students are leading all those waste audits. We also launched a professional development series called Garbology, where we did inquiry design for teachers to integrate inquiry lessons on waste diversion. And we had teachers from all grade spans participate in that. And then on Tuesday, April 22nd, for the celebration of arts. Kama and Sarah, who did a phenomenal job organizing the event, let Flo integrate our Ode to Waste project. So we have a panelist at 5:30. We have students coming in reading their odes to waste, and then a panelist from OC Waste and Recycling, the director, and then the VP of Sustainability. And then we also have the manager at Bowerman Landfill and Sustain SoCal, and also Laguna Canyon Foundation that will be hearing the odes and answering questions at the end. And then the students will also be receiving their civic awards. Also, we have Fix It Fest next week to reduce waste. And so students bring in an item in their 7th grade STEAM class, and we brought in repair experts from the community. So I sourced some parents and some community members to fix bikes, jewelry, clothing, and all those fun things that we shouldn't just throw away, but fix it. And then for stormwater, we had a new partnership with Poseidon Education at Thurston Middle School. Today, we went to a wastewater treatment plant in Dana Point, and the smells weren't great, but the learning experiences were amazing. And seeing the students in hard hats getting down to business, learning about how to treat everything that we flush and going into the ocean, that it's as clean as possible so we don't have any environmental impacts. The students will present their findings on stormwater capture just around our campus and the drains on May 6th. So I'm looking forward to hearing that. And it's been an amazing partnership. We're going to also collaborate with them at the high school next year. We have our stormwater art contest with the city, and we had 60 art entries, and we had a great group of students win some amazing prizes that will be presented at the next city council meeting. We'll have those art pieces on display at the celebration of arts at the green team table. So stop by the green team table, and you'll also learn a little bit more about our green teams there. Okay. Oh, and then next week we have a bunch of different green team events at the elementary schools. We have Zero Waste Week at El Moro. We also have a Zero Waste Wednesday at TOW. We have Walk and Roll to get to school in a green way, and then a couple other events at the elementary sites. At Thurston, we're going to be also implementing a positive green transportation incentive. And then also at the high school, ASB is putting together, in collaboration with Green Team, a lot of different events for Earth Week. This year, we also had one of our targets is sustainability tracking and transparency on our new dashboard. This is a prototype of what we have come up with in collaboration with our tech department, facilities, and also instruction. And the key purpose of this is to use this as an instructional tool. We have a lot of different data that we can collect in our utilities and waste, gas, things like that. And students can use this data to understand, well, how much does electricity cost a month? Can we design solutions to reduce the amount of consumption? And so we hosted 2 professional learning events, one at Thurston and one at the high school, and we had a diverse group of teachers come. We had ELA teachers, math teachers, science teachers, and they're really excited to use this as a project-based learning experience and also a place-based learning experience because this is local. This is our own backyard. For goal 2, this is a focus on improving the health and wellness of students and staff. So we have some great partnerships for this goal, and we are continuing our collaboration with Ms. Osborne on our garden lessons. And I just want to give a huge shout out to our garden parents at the elementary schools that maintain our beautiful sites. And then also school power sustained support with all of our outdoor learning spaces. At the middle school, we received a Captain Planet Foundation grant where that we received more garden beds and soil and tools, and also a farm-to-table cooking cart. We hosted a district wellness event using the cooking cart, so they got to see it in action. We made some like pesto nasturtium, it was really good. And so Miss Beckley is the leader of the farm-to-table club. So it's been a great experience, and we partnered with OCDE with that as well. We're also pioneering some wellness-based learning through a collaboration with UCI. Tomorrow, we have an event at the Family Resource Center with On Nature Therapy. And so we're bringing in experts from UCI. We have Dr. Jafari, who's local to Laguna, and she is a pharmacology professor, researcher, and she's going to be sharing some data and insights on how we can use nature as a form of self-regulation, therapy, mental wellness, and we'll also bring in our student support specialists at TOW. We have Ms. Michonne, we have Ms. Craik at TMS, and then we have Ms. Humphreys at the high school, and they'll be sharing out how they use nature in their work as student support specialists. So I'm really excited about that, and we've also collaborated with the Student Support Collective at the high school to have that vertical articulation of mental health from the high school to the elementary school. For goal 3, this is providing effective environmental education to all students and staff. This year, we hosted 16 green gatherings, which reached about 85 teachers. And a green gathering is a lunchtime professional learning event where we buy you lunch and we talk about some environmental literacy principles that you can take back to your classroom and implement a quick, fun conversation. And some topics that we included were creating impact zones with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, empathy and action, connecting students with local environmental issues, data-powered environmental literacy, leveraging tech tools for deeper learning. And then these gatherings featured participations from teachers from all across content areas, Mandarin, music, ELA, TK, STEAM, all over. And then we also implemented a sustainability component within our unit design. Teachers that use the 17 Sustainable Development Goals get an added bonus on their unit design pay. And with that, they get coaching experience with me, and we get to work together on their unit. And this week, I worked with a couple teachers on their unit designs. I pushed into a Spanish 3 class and talked about sustainable comunidades. My Spanish is not that good. And then I pushed into a kindergarten class. So we're literally all over the place with environmental literacy. And then we're continuing our support in instructional design with the learner profile. It's truly the cornerstone of environmental literacy. We also have environmental leadership. We have our FLOW coordinators at the high school, and FLOW is an amazing, if you've been to a FLOW event, you know how hard Ms. Benson and Ms. Jewel O'Brien works to create these experiences for students, and I'm so fortunate to be on a team with them. This past month, we've had the FLOW film showcase at the Rivian, and those were the best films I've seen. So it keeps getting better and better every single year. We have our event at the Celebration of Arts, and then we also have the Senior Service Day with ADA. ADA is a nonprofit organization that builds water bottle filtration systems, and we send it off to a developing country that is in need of them. So every single senior this year will be building a water filtration system, and that was provided by the by School Power. So I'm very thankful for that. And then this year we launched the California State Seal of Civic Engagement to recognize student projects and involvement in the community, especially with the lens of environmental themes. And so this year, 37 of our seniors at graduation will receive a seal on their diploma. They'll also receive a medallion for graduation. Some of the projects were done with their clubs. It could have been an instructional project that they wanted to reflect on, or if they went to the highest recognition for FLOW, they earned the Civic Seal. So next year, we anticipate over 50 students earning the seal. We have 44 juniors confirmed. We have another round in June that we assess their criteria. And then also, we continue our instruction design with an AB 285. This is a new assembly bill on climate literacy to reinforce climate change adaptation and mitigation that's already within the learning standards of NGSS. And then also green career education. So we continue to collaborate with our partnership with Green Schools National Network, and also several of our teachers participated in the state Seeds to Solution pilot with 10 strands. And so that's a very strong partnership that we will continue to work with. And I also serve as the co-chair for the District Innovation Hub for the state for the California Environmental Literacy Initiative. So that network of district leaders and teachers have been a big benefit in a lot of the work that we do in Laguna Beach, and I'm so fortunate to work with them and collaborate. We actually have a statewide webinar next week on green career education with our partnership on Energy is Everything. Laguna Beach will be a showcase for that webinar. And I hope I got everything, and I will open it up to questions.
Thank you very much. Congratulations with everything you do. You're so enthusiastic that I was student teaching 55 years ago on the first Earth Day, and I think I had a bulletin board. But I did have one of my sets of students did make a movie with a 16 millimeter in the it's called the swamps, but they're not swamps. But it was it's wonderful to see how far we've come. And I want to thank Superintendent Vioria and Kelly Osborne for their leadership as far as in supporting this program in the direction of where we're at today, and for them hiring you and putting the resources where they should be. Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to second that. In the years since this has been approved, we've just made incredible progress. I did go to the Flow presentation of films at the Rivian. It was fantastic. I had my son with me, and seeing the presentation, we've just made a lot of progress in a short time. So thank you.
Yes, fabulous job. And you are doing so much. I love the experts that you're bringing in and the way you're partnering of the environmental communities around. Just a fabulous job.
Oh, that was wonderful. I was also at the Flow movie night, and that was fantastic. And it's a great partnership with the community and the water district, the different departments that we use here in town. And then I was also at the LCAP, or not, was it the LCAP that you had the group that presented? No, it wasn't LCAP, because there was a group that had, that presented their.
The civic,
Yes.
The Flow Civic Showcase.
Yes, that was fabulous. And having the different departments come in as a board or as an panel was fabulous as well. And more relationships like that where our students can get involved, I think is fantastic. So well done. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm just really sorry to see that you lack enthusiasm and that you don't really enjoy your work. And before I start getting all kinds of emails telling me that I was looking at my phone when you were talking and I wasn't listening to you, what I was doing, I was looking up 1970. I was at Laguna Beach High School, and we had the first Earth Day at Laguna Beach High School, and we had students meet out in the quad, and we brought in people from UCI and whatnot, and did environmental education back in 1970. What I was looking up was comparing what kids were doing, students, college students and high school students were doing back in 1970 compared to what you've got here, which is such an integrated, comprehensive, program. They were doing, as I remembered, we did certain things like people dumped trash down in front of City Hall and stuff like that. Those were the days of student protests and whatnot. But for example, in Palo Alto, the kids rode horses to school instead of going in cars. They didn't quite deal with the whole methane issue, but there was a good attempt. And other students went and put DDT in fish aquariums to, make dramatic statements. And there were other even more dramatic things. But I just want to really tell you, as somebody who was there for the first Earth Day at Laguna Beach High School, it's just really makes me happy to see where you've come. One real quick question I wanted to ask you. I read with great deal of interest the article in the Independent with Tom Osborne and yourself and the assistant superintendent, and I guess former board member Kelly Osborne was there during that. And it was a really great interview and really informative for the public. But I was but I was thinking, do you, in the context of this curriculum, do you use the term morality with respect to the mission? Because that was used in the article. And I don't have a problem with that. I think that environmentalism is a moral cause. But just as a teacher, do you say responsibility or do you say morality when you talk about it?
We don't use the word morality. That's just for instructional design and looking at frameworks and how we work. We look at assignments like what makes you feel good.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, kids are really passionate about that because
Yeah.
they care. And going back to the first Earth Day event, those are all students. It's still the biggest protest that we've had in our nation's history because an actual river has caught on fire and people were upset. And so there was a lot of energy because it's about empathy and taking care of not just yourself, but also our community.
Yeah.
Because we do the things that we do because we want it for everyone and not just ourselves.
Well, I certainly view it as a moral issue, and I did back then. The last thing I just want to say is that, you know, in this community, we have an opportunity because we are pretty insular that we can really make some profound environmental statements and do things. And it's easy to say, well, why should we be doing it when China's not doing it? Or why should we be taking care of the environment when, you know, they're having wars and, you know, just when they lit all the oil fields in Iraq on fire, just think of how much pollution, you know, went up in the air. But in this town, we really have an opportunity to do it. And one of the things I just wanted to mention, and maybe, you know, chat about it, but, you know, we have a real problem that we haven't had a 30 or a 50 or a 75 or much less a 100-year flood here for a long time. We're overdue. And we have a completely inadequate water elimination system down in the downtown. And every time we even get 5-year floods or 10-year floods, it's like an environmental marine holocaust if you go down the next day and look at what's done to the environment. And all these cleanups and everything we do on the beach can get wiped out by a 5-year flood. And it has happened a few times. So I just wanted to mention to you the civic aspect of environmentalism for students. I would really emphasize the importance of getting kids involved in what's going on in this community and addressing issues like the fact that, you know, in 2002, the Army Corps of Engineers offered us the money and the environmental mitigation we needed to fix the drainage system downtown, and we turned it down. And that's not going to come around again. So I just wanted to mention that as
Yeah.
the civic aspect of it, I think is very important.
Section 404 permitting can get tricky sometimes, but yeah, I think with our partnership with Poseidon Education, it's been a really cool experience because students are conducting BMPs, which is basically designing filtration systems for our drains are really clean. They get frustrated, we're not finding anything here. I'm like, yeah, we do a good job cleaning our drains here, but they get to design a filtration system to hopefully prevent something like a flood or to make sure that our water is flowing or where does it go? Is it impacting our local estuaries? And do we know what an estuary is? Where are our estuaries? So they get to point that out and see the pathway from all the way at TOW down to the high school. And then also the city, their stormwater team came to TOW's green team meeting to give a whole stormwater spiel on what we flush for the 4th graders. And they got really passionate about the 3 Ps. So I'm not going to define the 3 Ps. It's kind of gross, but they got really passionate.
Great presentation and great
Thank
program.
you.
Thank you very much.
President Perry, can you entertain a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock, please? From the board. And the second thing is we are losing our captioner. So closed captioning will continue, but it will be through AI instead of a live person. So it won't be quite as accurate. So people know who use that.
Okay.
We don't have much.
You want me to do that?
Yeah. it's a
The financial thing,
What do we need to do?
fencing, put them to the consent calendar.
And then
But we should
instructional.
extend the meeting.
Okay. Okay, do I have a motion to extend the meeting? Second. All in favor? Okay. Okay. Action items, instructional services, approval of the 3 new courses to the current course study offerings for the Laguna Beach Unified School District Secondary Schools for the 25-26 school year. No, we haven't. These 3 new courses are AP Physics 2, AP Environmental Science, and AP Pre-Calculus are brought forward for the approval by the board. Dr. Mayberry, the floor is yours.
All right, we're good now. Thank you. So we've talked already, I won't go through the process to bring these courses forward, but we're bringing the 3 courses forward through our review process. As you mentioned, AP Pre-Calculus, AP Environmental Science, and AP Physics 2. We currently have 23 AP classes. This will actually make it 26, which is a pretty incredible amount and variety of courses for kids to take that are very rigorous college level instruction. And these 3 happen to all be in the STEM field for our students. And so I believe, is this the AP Pre-Calculus one that's up, Ms. Weber? Okay, that's fine. We can do AP Physics 2 first. Just a little bit, these are the attachments to the board item, but AP Physics 2 is a continuation of our AP Physics 1. So giving kids that have we have a handful of kids that have expressed interest and we want to continue this in some form as juniors. And so we want to offer this to our students as a second course. We're not for students that want to continue in the physics area as seniors. This course has topics ranging, emphasize inquiry and experimentation and modeling. It's a very hands-on course. There are 7 units in this, as you can see, around thermodynamics, electric force, field, potential, electric circuits, electromagnetism, magnetism, I'm not saying that right, waves, sound, and physics, optics. And so the prerequisite for this is obviously AP Physics 1, but this will give those kids that chance to continue that work. So this is the AP Physics 2. If you want to pull up, maybe we'll do environmental science. Is that next? Environmental science, which I'm sure Ms. Harwood could speak to quite a bit, but this is an interdisciplinary science course that has a little bit of biology, chemistry, geology, in environmental studies, explores the interactions between the natural world and human systems. So there's 9 units in this course. Again, these are all College Board courses, standard. If anybody wants to see a lot more detail on them, you can go to collegeboard.org, and there's a plethora of things there for them to dig into. This one, again, very hands-on, labs, data analysis, obviously a large emphasis for sustainability, aligns with our board, the things we just talked about. Our board work around environmental support, around environmental literacy and sustainability practices. Some of the topics in here: land and water use, energy resources and consumption, atmospheric pollution, ecosystems, biodiversity, earth systems. So quite a variety. And we're excited to have this one be added. It also aligns with all the things we're doing around green careers. Seeing there may be some things that we can lead maybe even beyond this once this one gets up and going. And then the third one here is another AP course by College Board, AP Pre-Calculus, which we mentioned a little bit. This is, again, an optional AP course, but it prepares students for college-level calculus or quantitative careers. So students would take this, they could take this after Algebra 2 or Algebra 2 honors, depending on if they're interested in going right to AP Calculus, they could go there, or they could go here, take another year, dig into a little bit deeper math, and then have the option to take AP Calculus after this. And so there's 4 units in this one around functions, modeling, mathematical reasoning, using algebraic, graphical, and numerical representations. And so, but again, it gives us another opportunity for a math course for students that maybe aren't quite ready or they're not totally interested in going at the calculus level yet. This will give them access to continue to take math at a rigorous level. All these give them potential to get college credits as well. So we wanted to bring these forward for input, recommendation, and feedback. And then we would ask for approval or review by the board.
Are there any questions from the board?
Are we just looking at approving these 3 courses? Because there's also the course of study lists in the attachments. And well, if it's, are we approving curriculum tonight, or you're bringing it forward another night to approve the course of study?
The board approves course of study. No, it's a good question. So to clarify, the board approves course of study to make sure the curriculum is aligned to the standards. In this case, these are AP classes that are aligned to the College Board standards, which I mentioned some of them, but obviously there's a lot more detail if you go on the websites. The other courses that are on the course of study, those have been previously approved by the board. So those aren't getting approved every year. We just come to the board with new courses to add to the course of study.
Just make it clear. The three. Us to approve, they're for information purposes only. Great, thank you.
Are these, I still have questions. Are these 3 items supposed to be in the course of study right now? Because I don't see them on here. Am I just missing them?
They're not approved yet, so we didn't add, the link that's in there for the course of study is the ones that are currently approved. And so these would be added to that if they're approved by the board.
But we do have enrollment, don't we? How is the enrollment in this process?
I don't have the numbers here, but I know that they did, as we talked about previously, they put those out to the staff as these are ones that we're proposing pending board approval. I know there's definitely kids that have been recommended or are interested in taking all 3 of them, but I don't have the exact numbers of where those are at right now. I think they closed all their, well, they didn't close it, but like they got through all their different levels of registration right before spring break. I haven't gone back to see where all those landed. Certainly could provide that an update to see what the actual interest is. And then, pending board approval, then we would let them know that this course is going forward. Or if it's not, then we would say, would you have another choice that you're interested in?
Okay, so we do have potentially students enrolled that if we don't approve it tonight, they'll have to find something else to take. Is that
Well,
correct?
they've requested it. So they're not actually, no one's enrolled in anything yet. Right now, we've only taken requests. And then once we get everybody's requests, we then build that into the master schedule to see if it fits. So that's that process. So maybe it's, but if we were to say we're not interested in having AP pre-calculus, then we would go to those students that said they were, that requested it during March and say, what other options are you interested in?
Right, right, but all the kids have gone through, put in their enrollment requests, the master schedule is already in process, and so we're looking, that's the final step here, that in this year's process would be to approve them. Right?
The master schedule is not done, I want to clarify, but yes,
Right.
we've gotten all the requests.
Right,
Yes.
it's in process. Okay, great, thank you.
3 new courses to current course of study offerings.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh,
Oh, sorry. It's public comment. We're getting tired.
Did Kelly Osborne already comment on this? Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah. There's none. Oh,
But you guys missed me on environmental ed, and that was fine because it's getting late and tired.
Yeah,
But
that's where
you can fill out multiple items on the card.
Yeah.
That's how those work. You guys should definitely approve these 3 courses. They're getting added. They're fantastic choices. AP pre-calculus is a great choice. It lets kids accelerate or decelerate and still be in a really rigorous environment. I have a kid right now that would be okay. That is evolving with what we're seeing in math education. Environmental science, look at the presentation. We've had kids for years that have asked for AP environmental science to be added. We're such a small district. What a luxury to be able to add these courses. So it's a no-brainer. I think the physics 2, student voice. We've heard about that for years. That was out of the Learner Center Collaborative for high achieving students. So there really is not a lot of discussion here. This is a really great instructional services team continuing to evolve our offerings. So that's that. Back to environmental literacy. I will make comments on those if you don't cut my mic. What a blessing. Going back to the 1980s to have school gardens, looking at Dee Perry in a picture building the Almoro Gardens in 2013, looking at Mike Conlin, winning that high level award for his school in 2018. This is not just the last 2 years since we passed that board resolution, but what this board needs to remember is that last slide that came up, that you have a resolution right now that says that your schools will be carbon neutral by 2030. That's the high level policy and financial planning that this board needs to decide about. Thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion? Thank you, Mrs. Osborne. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're going to switch these last two because I see a guest here. So I'd like a motion to switch item B, Orange County Parks Trail Management, to the next presentation before the budget presentation.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. This item is presented as an information item. Mr. Dixon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Perry. So we've been approached with the police department. The Orange County Parks has a request up at Top of the World Elementary School. We own the land that provides access to what are unauthorized trails behind the school there. OC Parks had requested, and they had other requests throughout the city, but it would be on the city's land, to add gates and fencing to prevent access in those areas. For reference, and I believe you all have a map in front of you, and I've shared this in the weekly update. That would be where we would build this gate and fence, and we do it in conjunction with Orange County Parks, Police, and Fire to make sure everyone has access to those gates as needed. And the issues that have been identified from the OC Parks I put in the background of the item. And I know this isn't an action item, but if I got general consensus, it's really easy for us to build gates and fences. I just don't want to do this without the board and the community having an opportunity to comment on it, to make sure that it's what everyone's in agreement to do.
Thank you for that. So are there board questions?
Jeff, do we have any direction on what it would look like or what materials would be used? Has there been any input on that or requests for input on that from the community that has to look at it?
So that would be one of the pieces we'd have to coordinate once we get direction. If the direction was to build something, then certainly we'd want to connect with the neighbors and get the aesthetics piece right. The one request we have had from Orange County Parks is they want something a little more durable than chain link fence. But there's different gauges of chain link fence, so we could look at that. But no, none of that's been determined. That would be part of, once we get the direction, figuring out what would be the best material and location.
Thank you.
Jeff, I'm kind of confused about the whole thing. It seems to me that unless you're going to build like a 50-foot fence, all you have to do is walk into the land and go around the fence because it's a big open space and there's a part of it that's on our school. So I see the kids go down there. It's a very popular place to go. I don't understand how putting up a fence stops kids from going down there. Right, so I'm looking at the map and it seems to me that there's space if you go in at Alpine Way, you could easily walk around that. At the other side, there's Top of the World Lane, the private road, and there's access points all over the place. So is it true that putting up a fence is going to stop any kid from going down there?
Well, even if you were to build the perfect fence, I mean, there's no way to 100% prevent access, unfortunately. And there are multiple entry points to those trails.
Right.
But as I said, this is a request that's been brought to us from OC Parks. And yes, we do own the land behind the garden there that connects up near that neighbor's house. That would more than likely be one of the access points we could block off. But to your point, yeah, there are multiple other entrances.
And doesn't it also block people who just want to go down there, not to go to the cave, but because there's space, it's open land where, kids take their bikes down to the trails and.
Yes, and that was one of their concerns because even though when you look at it, it certainly looks like a trail, but it is not an official trail with Orange County Parks. It's an unauthorized trail, they call it. And you can see there's a large number of people that do access it, so.
Yes. Wouldn't it be better just to put up signs that say unauthorized trail rather than a big fence because you could just go around the fence?
They do have signage at other locations and trail cameras, and that doesn't seem to be preventing people. So that was brought up as well.
What's our liability if we put up this fence? If we put up this fence?
It would be similar to all the other fences that we put up, and that's why it would be important to work with Orange County Fire Department and OC Parks. The big thing when you have a gate is to make sure you have proper access for all the first responders and local authorities that need access to that gate. That would be the only consideration of increased liability, but that's something we're always very careful about.
Any other questions? Comment?
Yes, we have comments from Gene Felder.
Thanks for
Good
waiting
evening.
so long.
My name is Gene Felder. I live just up the street at 2680 Park Avenue. And this came to my attention last year. I'm president of the Top of the World Neighborhood Association, and I'm also an alternate member of the Coastal Greenbelt Authority. The Laguna Coast Wilderness Park and the Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park were set aside to be kept natural forever, and the Coastal Greenbelt Authority oversees it. So as president of the Top of the World Neighborhood Association, I wrote a letter to President Jan Vickers and the superintendent September 25th, 2024, informing them that at the September 11th Coastal Greenbelt Authority, there was discussion about an unauthorized trail from Alpine Way into the Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park, facilitating inappropriate activities in this natural area. The discussion was among Laguna Beach Councilman Mark Orgel, representing the city of Laguna Beach, Supervisor Katrina Foley's representative Kelly Osborne, and the Wilderness Park Supervising Ranger Adam Martinez, and myself. The town board at that time requested that the school board fence the lot along Alpine Way or otherwise prevent access so as to protect the Wilderness Park, which is intended to be kept natural forever. A fence would add an extra layer of security for the school. Councilmember Orgel thinks it's the only solution to erect a fence as soon as possible. The fence used by the water district, like on Alto Laguna Boulevard, should be neighborhood acceptable. The neighbors on Alpine Way were copied on this letter, and a number of them are against it. They're against it. So in your details of your agenda item, I'd just like to draw your attention to this going into this way. You know, you have it, it looks like an empty lot, it looks like a trail, and it looks like you're invited to go in. So your liability may be the other way around by not having a fence. But because it causes fragmentation of native plant communities, soil erosion, trampling of sensitive vegetation, and disruption to wildlife, particularly animals active at night that are disturbed by human presence and noise. And the information in here, I never knew, but this is quite something. It says that the Alpine Caves experience frequent unauthorized use, particularly from Thursday to Sunday, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. Unauthorized activities captured by trail cameras include alcohol consumption, smoking, campfires, graffiti, parties, and other illicit activities. And that during the off-season, it's 300 to 400 people doing this. And during the summers and holidays, 600 and 800. Also, it says back there, as the school board member mentioned, you can get in other ways. So this is on the north side, right by the garden of the Top of the World Elementary School. But it says that the secondary, there's a drainage ditch on the south side of the school, and it's expected that the south entrance will increase if a fence is constructed.
Thank you. Your time is up. Please take your seat.
I don't know who the property on the south side, but stop them both, please.
Members in your association? How many members are in your association?
The Top of the World Elementary, the Top of the World Association, we represent the 550 homes that are in Top of the World. I think the most we've ever gotten as far as members paying dues was 100. And this is $10 a year voluntary house per household. But so we get about, from time to time, a fifth of them would give us $10. And it goes back to the 60s. It's been around for a long time.
So Gene, in your view, should we support putting this fence in or should we not?
I personally think the fence should go in. I shared this information with Jim Foley, who's, I guess, an active mountain biker, and he sent me an email today. He might be here tonight. He said, I talked to a few people in the neighborhood this morning and also a few more senior members of the mountain bike community. We're going to leave this for now. Their consensus is it might not be a bad idea if the Alpine were fenced off. From the neighbors, the consensus is that the cave that the teenagers are partying in is the bigger issue and not us. So there may be other solutions to that, but for now, I think we're fine. So, so in our letter that we sent to the superintendent and to Jan Vickers, we said a fence or otherwise discourage the use. And I'm certainly pleased that the district is working with the police and OC Parks. The other thing, apparently, this is for the OC Parks send their rangers out there to try to manage it is unsafe for the rangers. So somebody might get hurt going through your property, inviting them in to the wilderness park. So I personally support the fence. And I think the same fence that the water district has would be a good one.
Thanks very much. I think we also have Ashley Brown on this subject.
Hi, Ashley Brown, parent of 3 kids in the district and also a resident of Alpine Way. So I live directly across from the proposed fence area. So I'm so glad this has come up. It's been an issue much longer than a year, much later or earlier than 2 a.m. We're woken up by teenagers. There's trash on our street. There's a real risk of fire danger, and there's been vandalism to our properties. So I appreciate the fact that this has come up. I would caution the district about taking the liability and onerous on building a fence that is clearly the jurisdiction. It's an OC Parks property, and it's an OC Parks problem. As long as the cave is there, the teenagers will find a way. These aren't just law-abiding citizens, right? They're getting down there for a reason. So if a fence is the ultimate solution, we were really not consulted in the process about the water tank fence. We have a big issue with having a big, ugly water tank present fence right in front of our houses. So we would not prefer that. So we would expect respectfully that the district involves us in those conversations if a fence is what is needed.
Any other public comment? Okay,
Oh, that's it.
discussion?
Is this?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kelly.
Members of the board, Gene Felder and I co-serve on the Greenbelt Authority, and it has been a topic for many years. The numbers on the Brown Street on Alpine Way are 400 to 800 people a week. We also know in 2018, we had a fire started down in Dripping Cave that threatened Top of the World Elementary. That was the fire staging area. So there is a real threat that the OC Parks is coming to us with now. And because of social media, that threat has grown significantly. I echo what Ashley Brown said and her other neighbor that's in the audience tonight, as well as Susan Hunt that lives on that street that has a view preservation issue. There are many great ways that could meet all of the concerns, the neighborhood concerns, the police and fire concerns, and OC Parks concerns, and then the authority that Gene and I serve on, Coastal Greenbelt, which is responsible for protecting that sensitive environmental area. They need to be done in conjunction with really great facilities team, which you have. And so I would definitely encourage you to explore that. On a related note, there is another access point on the street I live in, and we've been dealing with that for 5 years. Our numbers are actually double that on any given day. Sometimes we'll have 800 people on private unauthorized trail access, and again, driven by the increase in social media, driven by Strava. This is a real risk to the community. It's not one that's easy to solve. I did speak with the former director of operations for all of OC Parks. I've spoken at length with the rangers that patrol the area. It needs to actually create a choke point. If it does not seal off that area, then I would agree with some of the other comments made that it's ineffective. People could just go over or around it. I would also make sure that you have a strong commitment from OC Parks to patrol the area. If the district is going to invest in a fence, there should be an agreement for increased patrolling that's written, and that would probably push them to the entrance side of Top of the World Elementary. That is the next closest way that you can get down to those caves, and that's what the rangers have shared. So it's not that there are not other ways into the unauthorized areas, it's just that they need to start to close off some of them to appropriately patrol the remaining ones. So hopefully that makes sense. That's probably way more than you needed to know about patrol, that open space behind our schools, but it is an issue. And we really appreciate you guys looking into it in a sensitive manner with the neighbors. There probably needs to be a couple one-on-one meetings with all of the parties involved on Alpine. The city owns the property on the related parcel on Nestall Way, which is just 1 block away. And I will say that whatever we do will also set a precedent for what the city's going to do. And we move much quicker than they do. But again, this is something that's been going on for 3 to 4 years. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So you're saying if we kind of fence off or do something to some of the entrances, then there won't be as much to patrol?
Yes, what the Rangers have reported, and right, this is their whole career, what they're saying is that if they can properly fence an area across our parcel that prevents access efficiently, like chain link would be climbable, right? These kids are going down there to party. They're gonna climb chain link. They're going down to do really bad stuff. But it will funnel them into less points and they can better patrol. So they're not gonna completely eliminate it, but they're trying to reduce the numbers. And there are some people that might hit a big fence and maybe go party somewhere else. But again, remember that 2018 fire, it was started by a young person in a cave in that area.
So Kelly, I'm sorry. So so you're recommending that the fence go in at Alpine, but it's be done in conjunction with the neighbors that live there?
I think it needs to be explored. And I think I do recommend a fence. I hope that it can be effectively implemented where there's no view preservation issue from the Hunts parcel, where it can effectively join the adjacent neighbor. And I do think that if we can get that fence right, where you can't see it and it connects and is actually secure, that it will do what the Rangers say it will do, which is allow them to patrol other access points that will still exist.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I've been to the cave, and the reason that I have questions about it is the aesthetics of putting up this big fence. I recognize the problem, and I know there are a lot of people there.
Yeah.
But it's easy to get to from so many different places that can be found on Instagram, and all you have to do, like the Top of the World. I mean, the kids at Top of the World know how to get down to the cave. Everybody knows how to get down to the cave. So, yeah.
Yeah, and
So
I think
anyway.
that was a really good suggestion, if I may. I know I'm over on time, but there was a really good suggestion made by the neighbors, because we've met many times, right? Again, I work along that perimeter, so I see even during the day, there are people going down there to do not great things that are walking our whole school perimeter. But there was a great suggestion made by a neighbor to just fence the cave. Don't worry about all the access points. I thought it was a really creative solution. OC Parks Ranger did look into that. They are subject to National Coalitions Community, which is a nationwide organization that they are part of that protects the environment. You can't just drill bars into a natural sandstone cave. There's all kinds of reasons that you guys can imagine why you can't do that. But it was a good suggestion, and the professionals did kind of look into that as an option, but they're still, it sounds like, coming to the district recommending this. And the same thing is happening with police on some of the other access points.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, we have one more comment.
We have harvested another green card for Len Mong.
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for considering this topic. I don't have anything prepared, but I just wanted to respond to some of the comments here with respect to the proposal for the fence. And I agree with Ashley that unsightly fence that's like the water board district, it's not ideal for a number of reasons that's already stated. One of the considerations Kelly also mentioned is the fence in the cave itself. I do understand that there may be challenges associated with that, but if you address the cause of perhaps some of these illicit activities that occurs during off hours where there will not be a patrol, we don't expect the OC Park to patrol midnight, 2:00 in the morning. I've called and, the Laguna Beach Police has come and addressed some of these issues. Property has been vandalized, right? So the other thing is, I think just to address Jeff's comment about signage, there's no signage at the Alpine entrance. I think there should be a signage and also a ramification that if they violate that, they're going to be fined, right? And if it's, social media is big, right? So if people are being fined and addressed that, there are action items, results of their activity, maybe the information could be spread, and that could be another option to consider. So there are many ways, I know we've been dealing with this for years, that it'll be appreciative if the neighbors as well as, the city and the park and the school district is involved in this conversation. So I would highly recommend the board to consider not to build a fence, or perhaps consider this decision, if there's a decision needs to be made today about fencing, to have a further conversation to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Okay, discussion?
Is the fence, the water district fence that you're talking about, the one that's on, it's like, what is that street right there that comes out of the back of TOW and goes across? What is it? Mountain View. Is that where the water district fencing is that you're talking about? So that big, okay. So I appreciate the comment about not fencing, but I also hear the liability concerns. And I don't know that we can do anything ourselves with fencing the graffiti cave or the Alpine cave, because it's not on our property. But certainly partnering to do what we can, and obviously something aesthetically pleasing, if that's possible to do both, aesthetically pleasing that keeps people out, and signage would be what I would recommend.
I would just like to thank Gene Felder and the Homeowners Association and Ms. Brown and Ms. Mong. I think that, sorry for the pun, but we're playing with fire here. And this is life or death situation. My daughter's house on Sunset burned, and we know a lot of people, and including people that lost their lives. And this could, everybody says it's not a matter of when, it's not a matter if, it's when. And this could be the place that a fire that burns down our town. So I think that having the police involved, having the city involved, having the Park Service involved, having the community involved, this should be given really a high priority.
Thank you. I also like the idea of signage and giving fines for people who trespass there. And see if that gets, if we do that, if that's done enough, if that discourages people from.
Yeah, and if I could clarify, the signage I was referring to is not at the Alpine Way entrance. It's at the city-owned entrance where they actually have 2 posts and a chain link with signage saying "Do not enter," and they had said that that's not deterring anybody. We can't impose any fines, so that would be more of a city or an OC Parks issue to see if they could. I can certainly explore that with them. But what I think I'm hearing is we want to work on continuing to research what we could do. May include fencing, but it may include alternative options, and we need to engage with the neighbors so that we're not violating any aesthetic issues if it does go down the fencing route. But I would argue that even with signage, that could be an aesthetic issue, so we'd still want to engage the neighbors with that as well.
In the school district.
Yes, you can, although it looks like our perimeter is set at the garden because that's where our current fencing is, even though we own the land that gets access to the
Yeah,
the neighbor's
it's
house.
tough because the neighbors can't have it both ways, have access, but then deny access to others. You know, it's tricky business, but,
Can we put a timeline on pursuing this with just with the unpredictability of our environmental I mean, we had high winds and fires in January when, I mean, I can't think of the last time we've had massive fires like that in January. That's usually like an October thing.
Mhm.
So can we put a timeline on this investigation and solutions so that we can do what we can to prohibit access? I mean, maybe even prior to summer, because we also have issues with vandalism and which I know for me would be concerning to know that there's people on my property or in my area that at late at night with malintent. So if we are directing what we'd like to have done or what we'd like to have staff explore, can we put a timeline on that so that we can expedite this? Because I know this has been going on for years and I know this was brought to the board's attention last September. And with working with all the different agencies, there's probably, time that is taken to get things done. So if we can get this pushed through as efficiently as
Without,
possible.
without talking to Ryan Zeta, it'd be very difficult for me to give you a timeline tonight. Only commitment that I could make is that we understand it's an issue and a priority, and this is a very busy time of year, but it's not something that we couldn't just start looking at right now. But I need to consult with our facilities department before I make any commitment to that, but yeah. Yeah.
Because then we can inform the community that's asking or send something out that says, this is what we're doing in the timeline and what we're, just to show that we're engaged. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Now, the monthly financial update budget presentation. This item is presented as an information item. Mr. Dixon, go ahead.
Thank you for all of you guys waiting so long.
Okay. This presentation is designed to be about an hour. However, this is not new information for the board. This is a sneak preview of what President Perry and I are presenting next week, and it's for the community. So even though I'm going to go fast tonight, I encourage anyone who's interested to watch it next week or review it as it's posted on this agenda, and feel free to reach out to my office with any clarifying questions. So as we begin, the presentation itself is just going to go over the overall budget. What are some important milestones? What does the operating budget look like? How do we develop the budget? And then we're going to close out with some financing options that we've already explored or we're in the process of exploring or talked about at least. First, we talk about what is a community-funded district. We know in short, it's when your property tax exceeds the state minimum aid that is promised through Prop 98. And those are just little graphics to show that. Our important milestones, we are on a fiscal year, so we start July 1, we end June 30th. I included also our big 2 property tax receipts. We actually receive property tax throughout the year, about 8 times, but the biggest 2 are in December and April. And as the fiscal year starts, that's where we have the budget getting approved. And we are also still in process of closing the books. And closing the books, as you know, is just going through and closing all the encumbrances that are associated with our purchase orders. That leads to our carryover, which is a big thing for us. Carryover is where we assign it in our fund balance, and that's where it provides flexibility within our budget. First interim is a first major adjustment to the budget. It's usually fairly minor in our case. We haven't had a lot of changes, and it's due prior to the middle of December every single year, and it's using the actual financial information through October. Second interim, as you know, now it's due by March 15th. This one is where we just did not that long ago, and it's important because we've now received our first large property tax apportionment. So we know what pace we're at as far as our property tax revenues, and this gets us into negotiation season because that's where the numbers that we use to start negotiations. And fiscal year end, and that's where we're rolling into now. It begins mid-April as we start closing the books. We try to limit the purchase orders, the new purchase orders that are created. We're actually in the process of our annual audit right now. Our auditors were here this week. So even though they left yesterday, they're still reviewing our financials and more than that, on our enrollment data and nutrition program compliance, transportation program compliance. It entails all departments. What do we look for in an audit? We always like to say unmodified. So let's talk about revenues. Our biggest three sources of revenue, the largest being property taxes, and then we have state and local, and then the smallest amount coming from the federal government. There you see the amounts. So you can see our property taxes make up about $75 million of our revenue. State and local, so state aid is categorical funding that we receive. Those are restricted funds normally. And then local are grants, and it could be bus pass fees. It could be a la carte nutrition items purchased. And then, of course, our federal, which is a little over $900,000, very small portion of the budget, but we still account for it. The biggest portion of the federal is for special education. So our total revenue is about $89.1 million. When you look at expenditures, our big three, you have staffing makes up the most, services, and then supplies. There you see it broken out by each category by major object code. So when you total it all up, it's a little over $88 million of expenditures. The biggest you see up there, the salaries and benefits, that's people. That's where in the education business, most of the money goes to people. Contracted services is the next largest, and that covers a lot of our larger services, transportation being the largest, and then you have, of course, our landscape maintenance and some of the contracts we have with our non-public schools. When we talk about development, the big thing, the theme here is collaboration. We, as a business team, go out to all of our school sites and meet with all the departments for this collaborative event and saying, how did your budget do over the past historical number of years? And then how can you help us identify what your budget needs are for the following year? So for our school sites, we don't budget based on an amount of students at the school site. Rather, we look at what do we forecast the increase in cost to be, and then we go with that. For departments, it's different. Technology is a great example. Technology does a great job of establishing a refresh worksheet that shows how many Chromebooks each year need to be refreshed for our school sites, our students, how many servers, how many of our TV monitors. And so some years their budget could be much higher than others. And so we just meet with them to balance that out. Now, Member Morgan pointed out this is very difficult to read, but the important thing is not to see the numbers. This is just a sample of this. Yes, this is about the process. So this shows 7 years of history of what this is, in particular, this is El Moro Elementary School, what they've spent in each of their major objects. So what we do is we look back, we give this to our principal and their admin team at each school site, and we say, okay, here's what you've spent. Here's this year's budget. Here's what you're on track to spend. Now you help us fill out that last column on the right, those empty categories, and you tell us what you think you're going to need in each one of those categories. As far as budget monitoring, quite simple. We do a lot of financial reports. The big one being like this, our monthly financial report. It's either a monthly financial or it's a budget report or it's an interim budget report. We, of course, have our warrant lists that's in consent on all of our board agenda items or board agendas. And that's where you can see as an individual board member or community member every single expenditure our district's making. In the warrants, yes. That's why I like to teach how to read the warrants at JFMC, because I always say numbers tell a story. And then you have fiscal reporting, of course, on the business website. We report everything there between our budgets, our reports, our audits, and our compliance. And those are hyperlinked in here. So when we post this online, people can just click on the slide. As far as the financing we've talked about, our general obligation bonds, that's come up about possibility of possibly extending that. So that would be based on the bond that was passed in 2001. Right now, taxpayers or homeowners are paying a little less than $10 per 100,000 of assessed value on their homes to pay that off, which will be done being paid off in 2028. At the time, that gave the district access to about $39 million to support facility upgrades. As I mentioned, it's going to be paid off in '28. There has been discussion, though no formal action or decision on extending that bond. That requires board direction. And so the first thing that we would do, if that was ever an interest of the board, it could give us access to about $80 million, but it's a lengthy process. If the bond were to be extended. So what that means is, right now it's set to expire in 2028. So that's going to come off the property tax bill for those homeowners. If it were to stay on another 25 years, then it would extend it. So they're not going to lose that off their property tax bill. Instead,
So
it's
that'd
just
be
gonna,
another 40 million.
it would actually be another 80 million based on today's assessed value.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first process you normally do if the board ever had interest in extending the bond would be to bring on a survey consultant and campaign manager, and you build your team because you don't want to put a lot of effort into a bond campaign if you don't think it's going to pass. That's what this slide says here. Certificates of participation. The best thing I can say on this slide is if you go to the February 13th board agenda, there's a lot of information on how a COP works specific for our district. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but really this is a loan where GO bond is paid for by the property owners. The COP is paid for the district out of the district's general fund. How'd I do?
It's sealed.
Oh, that was speedy.
Can you go
Ah.
back to?
Yeah.
Because COPs can only be used for, okay, thanks.
Yes.
I have a lot, but it's really late, so I'd rather wait. I do want to know how with this presentation, first of all, this is the first time we've had this, so I appreciate that you have been able to put this together and bring it forward. I think it certainly simplifies the understanding and makes it easy to understand. When do you think that we can have a comprehensive presentation, whether it's at the Joint Fiscal Committee or here, that takes our district budget and lays it into all these different formulas so that we can see, like, how is our dollars being spent next year with adding the need to fund the pool? How does that work, and where the funds are coming, the different funds that it's coming from, how we're putting the funds in there? Because when this project started, it was like 15 million, now it's like 25 estimated. We've got the solar, we've got other facilities issues that may or may not be priority. I know when I was touring the campus, we were talking about the bleachers, and we were talking about that earlier. Of doing the bleachers in the Thurston gym, because when you have basketball games and other sporting events, there's nowhere to sit, and then you have to put chairs on the sides, and then especially basketball, everybody's sitting right on the court line.
Yep.
So how can we do a presentation that then has, because I understand next week it's the fuel group that you're presenting to, correct? So they're getting this exact presentation?
This exact presentation.
So when can then we follow up with that with the numbers and laying the numbers in on all of this and all these different pieces? And you and I have talked about the fact that it's a big puzzle. And while there's some ideas that have been presented, there's also a lot of other options depending on how all these numbers look and work together, especially given the increase of costs of everything.
Yeah, so this is existing budget information based on second interim for this year. So the next big budget presentation will be budget adoption, which happens twice, right? It happens at the end of May and the beginning of June. And in that, hearing the feedback, I can certainly highlight those elements within the budget book, and I can present that so you know where to look and you get the information. And I would let, I also shared this with the Joint Fiscal Management Committee. I know you were on Zoom, but they were able to.
Oh, I would not have known that this was in there.
So.
It didn't look like this. I'm sorry, I was also very sick and trying to be there, so I appreciate the courtesy, thanks. Okay, I think it's the big puzzle of all of it. Like if we have the pool at 25 million, we have solar that is projected at 25 million, right? That's $50 million that we're looking to figure out how to fund, in addition to paying our staff, in addition to students and curriculum and opportunities and where can we pour into that and offer them even more? I mean, there's all kinds of things that we could fund that we don't even know about possibly.
Budget adoption is the best place for that. Now, I will just tell you right off the bat, so it's end of May.
End of May,
And
said
the,
that, okay.
and beginning of June. The solar via the COP is not going to be included in the budget because there's been no board direction on that. And we do not include things in the budget that we haven't received direction on, and that would be a hypothetical we wouldn't want to include in there.
Are we still?
Yes, so the idea with that is we as a staff also made the commitment that we want to prioritize and value the superintendent search and finish that up. And we want to bring that superintendent up to speed because this is a big initiative. And he's or she is going to be here very quickly. We're almost there. And this is a very big win, I think, for whatever superintendent is in the district. And if we can bring them up to speed and get a part of it, it'll be quick. And that we're still ahead of the game to be carbon neutral by 2030. As you recall in the presentation, it's a 2-year process to go forward with that project. So we still have time. So we're in a rush because we are excited, but we didn't need to be. So as soon as that new superintendent's on board, that's all we're waiting for.
And there'll be other options to even to that when we start looking at all the numbers and everything like that. Because what if, I mean, for example, if they're like, if the new person says, well, we don't want to take on all that debt at the same time, it's not advised with whatever. I mean, everything is so nebulous right now in the economy and policies and everything else. We want to make sure that we're looking at all the options to help fund all of these. I guess that's more my point. Is like we want to make sure we know what all the variety of options are, not just what one option is to approve, right? We want to look at all the different pieces.
Time has a tendency to change a lot of different assumptions, and that could be large, it could be small, but yeah.
Yes,
Thanks, Jeff.
thank you very much.
You're going to be at this presentation?
What?
You're going to be at this presentation?
Item 11, action item, Superintendent. Approval of the March 5th, 2025 special board meeting minutes. The March 5th special board meeting minutes were not able to be approved on March 13th. Members Kelly and Malczewski were unable to attend the March 5th, 2025 special board meeting and shall abstain from voting on the minutes. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Are there any speakers who wish to comment on this? Do I have a motion to approve the March 5th, 2025 board meeting minutes? I'll make a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Thank you. Approval of the March 13th, 2025 board meeting minutes. As I was unable to attend the March 13th, 2025 board meeting, I will abstain from voting on the minutes. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Are there any speaker cards for people wishing to comment? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the March 13th, 2025?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Abstain? Consent calendar. Any public comment on the consent calendar, items C through T?
I'd like to pull G just because I have a question about it.
G?
If it's just a question, you don't have to pull it. And
Okay,
real quick, we're going to lose power at 11 o'clock
okay.
on the monitors and everything. So
Okay. Can you tell me
Okay.
what so I see that it's like $7,000 from school power to the district for dodgeball and things like that. Are we giving a financial prize for dodgeball now?
No, that's money to us. That's,
Oh. got
yeah,
it.
from
Okay,
school
thank you.
power, from the
Got it.
donor designations. That's a
makes
donation we're accepting.
Okay, got it. Okay. Because it's specifically related to dodgeball items, like and different amounts.
Yeah, it's from the dodgeball fundraiser. So that's why.
Oh, I didn't understand fundraiser. I don't think it said fundraiser, it just said dodgeball. So I thought maybe it was like a prize or something. I thought that was weird. I'm glad I asked. Thank you.
Approval of consent items C through T. Any other board questions? Do I have a motion to approve consent?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All righty. So our next regular meeting, there's a closed session on April 24th for the board to review applications for the superintendent position and determine who will be interviewed. I believe there's a joint meeting with the city on May 7th, and the next regular meeting is May 8th, 2025. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Any discussion? Oh, all in favor?
Made it.